Hey, welcome to Men Are Speaking. This is Alex. This is also Alex. Hey, also Alex. And Luna.
We should do like the nickname title, like Luna Alex Stratton.
There we go. Luna, yeah. Perfect. Yeah. So Luna's joining the Alexes, the mini Alexes. Oh,
Yep.
All right. Today we're talking about Drakula. I like it because there was already like arguments just begging in the DMs. I decided not to engage and save it for here.
Right.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, this is all going to be this is going to be some raw takes and some back and forth on this book.
Raw takes and back and forth. By the way, check this outfit out, right? I still got the Hawaiian shirt under it, but the outfit I bought just a week before the Ukrainian invasion by the Russians, and I bought it from the Russian side. So its manufacturing and shipment were fraught with peril, I'm sure. So a piece of history.
Woohoo!
the last traditional folk costume to make it out.
The first one in times of peace. The first piece, or the last peace outfit to make it out. This hat is really warm, by the way. It's actually pretty damn good. I don't know why. I don't know how it's so effective, but it just is. It doesn't cover your ears or anything, but out in the winter, it's pretty good.
It's a baker in there. It's baking your head.
It's baking my head. I am baked. I'm so fucking high right now.
Just wear it around the farm during the winter, and like neighbors are like, when the hell did the Magyars invade?
You'd be surprised. I wear the conical straw hat from Vietnam during the summers, and it turns out my neighbor, while he was alive, God rest his soul, was a Vietnam veteran. He thought it was funny.
I feel a little inappropriately dressed, so I'm going to change my avatar.
Yeah, howdy doodly, you and me both, man. You and me both. Which one did you listen to? Did you listen to the one that has Tim Curry on, or one of the other ones? There's also a couple of really good ones on YouTube for free. So shout out to those guys.
Yeah. This is so Bram Stoker's Dracula is one of my favorite novels, and I am glad you guys were game for giving it a read through and talking about the book.
Oh yeah, dude, that was awesome. Like, okay, first off, you weren't lying when you said it was multiple stories in one. I think you said it was two. I think it's probably like three, maybe even.
Yeah, probably.
But, like, first one is a thriller. Yeah, it's like a thriller, and then it becomes like a Victorian romance. Hey, it's a pretty good avatar. Nice. Victorian sort of romance horror, and then it becomes an absolute bro force. We got to assemble like the Fellowship of the stabbing Dracula in the face. Pretty awesome. Yes, it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. I did not know Dracula was what he was. I think this conversation is going to be pretty fun because I don't think there was anything like this at the time that came out, right? Like this was pretty darn original at the time.
Yeah, I think the only other like serious vampire, because vampire folklore had been around for ages. But I think, God, what was it? Carmine? Carmen? There was another vampire like novella, something like that, with a female vampire, but that was kind of like it.
I think it's Carmilla.
Carmilla? Okay. Wait, isn't that the wife of the king?
You said that came out before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, yeah. Luna's right. It's Carmilla.
Point for me.
Cool. Yeah, so that was one of the first, but like as becomes kind of obvious with the Stoker novel, this one really made vampires.
Yeah, dude, this was ruled.
Yeah.
How do you want to go through this? Do you want to go through like chronologically a bit, or do you want us to discuss ideas, themes, as categories, right? But
maybe a little. I mean, I guess we can go through the plot of the novel, but like top level thoughts on the book.
Oh Lord.
There was a lot of really good character work between the different characters, right? Like Seward, both John and Mina, and outstanding. I think the author kind of used Van Helsing as a bit of a lore dump.
Yeah.
Which is fine. That's why he's the mysterious, somewhat foreign doctor of.
Well, he did a lot of research in the book. Like, they said that he went off to go do research.
No, yeah, he leaves England a couple of times for like, I think at one point like over a week or something like that.
There's one day when he went back to Amsterdam, and then I think there was mention of Budapest. Like somebody else in Budapest had some help, but that I kind of glossed over that. So
yeah.
So my thoughts are kind of separated between looking at it as a piece of literature and then like my own personal feelings towards certain characters and events. So as a piece of literature and someone who wrote before, it's an amazing piece of art. Like they have all these different storylines. How it's presented is really well done because it's done through diary entries that are put in chronological order as well as newspaper clippings. And so you're seeing things through different perspectives, and you're seeing things through this very different medium. And so on one hand, it's like brilliantly crafted, and you see the different personalities sort of pop out and the different characters. But at the same time, on the other hand, for like my personal feelings towards it, good Lord, is it melodramatic?
Yes, it is. It is very much in the style of its time.
Yeah.
Oh yes, very much like head on. I always use the word. I used to call them bosom novels because or the bosom period, because that was everybody's laying their head upon someone's bosom, or they felt someone's bosom or something like that. That word was very much of the period. The weeping Lord, like,
boys like boobs.
Well, I mean, it's men's bosoms as well, right? Like it's all it's a unisex word for that, but it is very like Victorian. I felt like for about maybe 2 or 3 chapters right after we leave Transylvania and get back to England, it read a little bit like a Jane Austen novel.
With Lucy and Mina in Whitby.
I was like, is Lucy? Yeah, I was like, is Lucy like? I want to bring up this point that Howley Dooley has. Yes, the character work is kind of what I was getting at. Everybody works really well together, and no one is retarded. Yeah, as far as I can tell, they all make and their reactions make sense.
Luna has thoughts, but
I disagree a lot on the retarded. Some of those people are real retarded, but anyway, no, like part of my problem is as a writer, it's sort of like why the characters are made. And it's like they are specifically made to do a single thing within the narrative, and that's why they exist. Like Morrissey, spoilers, was kind of made to die at the end. He has very little the actual lines. He doesn't have any diary entries that I recall. I mean, I could be wrong about the diary entries. It's like 15 hours. But Morrissey, I feel like he does like 2 or 3 things. Actual impact to the plot, and then it feels like he was actually there to just die at the end of the novel.
He's kind of a big lug.
Which is also kind of what I felt like with Lucy. Lucy was it's sort of like she's a perfect angel, can do nothing wrong. And she was basically there to show the ugly transformation into being a vampire. And so it's sort of like she's like sugar way, way, way too sweet to the point of it being unrealistic. And then but her point is to show the ugliness of turning into the monster.
Well, so I definitely get like Lucy being, maybe a little saccharine, but I think it is interesting, particularly the women in the novel and how it illustrates attitudes toward women at the time, but also like specific attitudes on female virtue as well. I think that would be an interesting area to get into.
You know what? That's a really good thing to go into because I do want to pound on that for a little bit. I liked all the ladies in this.
Yep.
I did like the ladies in it too.
Except for maybe Lucy's mother. But that's
Oh,
just
Lord.
because she fucks stuff up.
And some of the maids, yeah, Lucy's mother kind of was a waste. I just like
Go ahead.
Lucy couldn't get help earlier because they were so afraid of her poor sweet mother's heart, and then her poor sweet mother is the one that throws out the garlic and then horrifies Lucy by croaking over. I'm just like, good Lord, like I feel bad, but at the same time, I'm just like,
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to become the resident misogynist because it's like fun to be that. But yeah, old ladies can be pretty useless. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, this is back when like you see a drop of blood or something like that. Some people freak out, right? Like old lady fainting, having issues with her constitution. The health system back then was not exactly what it was today.
Oh yeah, the freaking transfusions every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, that was also because of a vampire. But yes,
I know, but it's also
no blood type checked at all either. I was like, damn, we're just going for it.
That was new at the time. I recall, like, so they didn't know about blood types.
Yep, it's a harrowing thing that you don't actually see when you're reading it today. But a transfusion was considered a really risky thing to do, and no one knew why. But anyways, yeah, it's the I mean, they were afraid of scaring the mother to death, and then the mother got scared to death. So I think they were just trying not to get her mom killed.
Right.
Unless you want to, I don't blame her for being super killable as an old lady. That's not the mortality.
It's frustrating because it's sort of like her super killableness is what caused her daughter to die, and it's sort of like the children suffering for the sake of the mother.
Well, nobody knew that. I mean, it's just circumstance, right?
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, they wouldn't go get a doctor for Lucy or be honest about what was going on with her. She could have gotten help earlier. But it was such a concern that the mother's heart was going to give out if something was wrong to her baby. And I'm just like, if I was a mother, I'd prefer that my children be well. So it's just kind of frustrating that it's like you have such concern for the mother dying suddenly that you won't give the child help.
What did they know at the time about Lucy's condition? It was just sleepwalking, wasn't it?
Yeah, sleepwalking. That's one of the things like that's sort of mentioned obliquely throughout, but like rarely directly. Is that one of Dracula's big powers is mesmerism. As like there's a couple of scenes, for instance, but it's not exactly clear what the like the application method is, because there's a couple of like scenes where it's clear he has like mesmeric control over Jonathan at like a bunch of different points.
Oh yeah like it's what they're fighting is really interesting. You want to make this as a segue to talk about Dracula? Because I've been down to talk about Dracula, man. I've been waiting to talk about Dracula. All right. Listen, sure. I just come over to my wall that has a bunch of like red twine on it, and it's like, well, it really could actually, because Chapter 3 and a little bit of, I think, Chapter 18, if I remember correctly, talked about what Dracula really is. And I did not know this about the legend of Dracula, or this book of Dracula, that he is an amalgamation of. He's an amalgamation of all the conquerors and barbarians that came through his region. Everything from, they even mentioned as far off as India, but yeah, like Nordic, like what was it, werewolves from the Nordic regions, all the way to the people of, by the way, I love how they call it Turkey Land.
Right.
Turkey Land. The Saxons, the Huns, all of this stuff, which is true. It's true. That's true. That region is absolutely fraught with conquests and cultures clashing in a very violent way, right? And a lot of people who have conquered the region have then suffered the governance of that region. I think they said that, like, I forget who it was that conquered it, and they found it to be completely barren of life, more or less, and unlivable, so they just had to leave. The cool thing about it, and I noticed that he mentioned something about like the werewolf of like the Nords, I think. Is he the amalgamation of the different legends of mortal and immortal horror of all the conquerors in that region? Is there some sort of like almost psychic amalgamation or interbreeding? Because Dracula says that he is the result of all of this stuff. Like his bloodline has either fought it off or been part of it.
Right. Well, I mean, I think the character is supposed to be either Vlad the Third or Vlad the Second, like the historical personage carried on down.
Yeah.
Right.
And those are that region of the world was like the battlefield for all those different countries, like the Kievan Rus and the Turks and the Magyars and the Tatars. Like everybody fought in that segment of the world. And like from Romania, like Transylvania, to like Bulgaria, that was 4 centuries like the fighting ground of the world, particularly like these Eastern European kingdoms were like the bulwark against Islam. Like they were constantly at war, preventing the Turks from gaining access to Europe.
It's a crossing area for barbarians since time immemorial, almost like since the Romans with the Huns.
Well, I think it's
and the Scythians, yeah.
Oh, good.
So Vlad the Impaler, who is, I think, Vlad the Third, who is believed to be the Dracula in the story. It's interesting because at the time, they had a lot to deal with a lot of the Ottoman invasions. But in the book and in the region where he's from, he's considered a hero because he did fight off the Muslim invasion. I believe they're Orthodox in that area. And he himself was a prisoner, so when he was a child, him and his brother were raised by the Ottomans and then brought back after his father and I think his older brother were killed. So he got to inherit. And so he had this vitriol towards the Turks who had raised him, if that tells you anything. And he was very staunch in his fight against them, if I recall correctly.
Well, essentially the weapon that the Turks created.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you put a Christian in the care of the Turks. Like they come out, he's just willing to use whatever weapons the Turks were using, which was impaling.
It's just sort of like interesting that the people of the region actually consider him a hero. And this is kind of mentioned briefly in the book, and that Dracula himself was, of a noble lineage. And it's sort of something that he had become this bastardized monstrosity in the vampire.
Right. Yeah. At some point over the course of the war, like it's never said explicitly, but that at some point over the course of this eternal war, like this individual, makes probably a deal with the devil to become a vampire.
Well, there's a part in there, I forget which chapter it was. I think it was also 18, if I remember correctly. But it's the research that they pull. They said they started researching the history of the person that was Dracula back when he was mortal, and it speaks really highly of him. Like it doesn't say he was like a terrible tyrannical person, which makes me wonder if it is Tepesh or not. It might also just be some unnamed fictional amalgamation, since it's not overtly named. It's more interesting to the story that if he was like really virtuous and brave and kind and courageous, very intelligent alchemist, wanted to become a scholar, even that sort of stuff. So it's pretty glowing reviews of Dracula pre-Dracula.
Right. Yeah.
Early life section on his Wikipedia page was really glowing.
It's it's kind of interesting, and God, there's the joke, like, vampires tend to have this romanticism about it. It's like Dracula lived in a castle not because he was a vampire, but because he was a count.
Yes.
But there's there's the like that essentially taking in evil, even as like, a weapon of war or something, like does corrupt the most noble spirits. And
the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And even like the even Lucy, who's like this saccharine good character, turns into a vampire and is going after children. Like it gets dark real fast, and there is like no there's no like slow off ramp to like the nobility of the person, because you encounter it several times early on in the story when Jonathan Harker becomes a prisoner in Dracula's castle, and then when you see Dracula at several points interacting in London or with the other characters, that like the nobility thing is just a mask. He has gifts of intellect and so forth, but like underneath this, he is an absolutely savage animal. And like Lucy turns into that like right away.
Well, they said that in the vampiric process is that they become nothing except of the body, or they become essentially soulless at that point.
Right. Yeah.
And the only time they talk about her having a soul is when they're killing her, like for real, the full death. So this is who you are when you have no spiritual values whatsoever, and all you want to do is live for the sake of living. You're actually, to be undead is to be in love with life and being alive. And I don't know if there's really a road to hell to pave with good intentions in this one, is like wanting to be alive. Well, I don't know what his deal was, because he recruits people into vampiricism, not with their will necessarily. Except for like Renfield.
And that's actually one of my problems with the novel, is the fact that he recruits by force, not by actual agreement.
Not by seduction.
Well, I mean, is seduction not a form of hypnotism?
In some ways, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're softening down the story and retelling, the hypnotism kind of gets dropped.
Yeah, the origin of Dracula is not really stated very much. Like, they don't say how he became one, so it's kind of hard to say like what was done. But he is this thing now. He seems to, and the thing is, he's described as having like a childlike mind in terms of his own power. Like he's
right.
It seems that he kind of hatched shortly before Jonathan Harker showed up. Like he hatched, he started learning about the world, grabbing every bit of English literature that he could get. Everything pertaining to England, probably because it was just the biggest empire at the time. And he wants to go where the big empire is. He wants to go where the everything's happening, the bustling streets, as he said.
Right.
So
it's also, he says, when he's talking with Jonathan, he talks about wanting to be anonymous. I mean, I sort of buy that he's been around for a while, but is essentially, where he is in Transylvania and Wallachia, not only is he the lord there, but like he is known, everybody fears him, and
true.
Just sort of as a matter of course, there are measures to defend against vampires.
Yeah, I think that's very telling, especially because like as Jonathan's coming in, he kind of poo-poos all the villagers and says, all these backwards hicks handing me a crucifix. Don't they know crucifix are idolatry and all this stuff? That little old lady saved his keister. Like, good lord. So all of the villagers are trying to warn him and trying to stop him, and they're trying to give him the means of survival, and he's just kind of like, oh, I'm a man of reason, whatever, you backwards hicks. And I feel like this is the issue with Dracula, because he's an old man. Like, he gets, young by draining the blood of others. And if all of the people in his region know who he is and know how to defend against him, he's clearly starving.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
So
that's a good point.
He's depicted as being significantly younger in London.
Yes. Check out the thumbnail. I thought it was pretty cool. Someone did an artist rendition of what he would look like in London dress of the time. Such a nice suit. So let me see if I can find it. But I am on the camp that if you are in a foreign country, I guess, do you want to turn this into like defending Jonathan Harker section? Because I'm going to defend Jonathan Harker pretty much.
I'd love to hear you guys have that fight.
Screw that guy.
I mean, if you were in like backwater India or something like that, and they were telling you to carry beads and stuff like that, I think you'd probably brush them off too.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Something
For your
like a
protection.
charm to keep the Rakshasas away.
Yeah. And the Protestants absolutely believe that the cross is idolatry. If you're thinking that we don't like, there's sects of Christianity, especially in England, that don't believe in the magic frou-frou of like the like I'm gonna kiss your wound and it'll heal sort of thing. We don't typically we look at that really askance and we're like, I don't know about that. And this is Enlightenment England, so he's a man of his time.
Yeah, they're very much men of their time. I can definitely tell.
I don't think he ever. Also, was he that derogatory to the people, or is that? I don't remember him being that derogatory. Say what?
He was.
What did he say?
It was. God, I'm blanking. It's sort of like, oh, the little lady, you know, oh, they're so cute, these peasants.
Yeah, they're quite...
Well, he didn't say peasants, but sort of like these villagers or unlearned, you know, trying to, you know, tell me not to go. He's so completely like he's totally determined to go.
Well, yeah, but he also lives in a world that runs on reason. Like, how is he to know?
Yeah, exactly. Like this is all foreign to him, and now he's being shoved a bunch of talismans. Like when I was in Thailand, they were trying to shove talismans on me too. And now they're trying to charge me money
by a vampire.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I got bit by the vampire, and that's how you end up on the assembly line. You're just working there. I'm gonna try to find this royal portrait of it. I think this is the one. Shoot.
I mean, I think there's a couple of really big things going on in this book. You know, one, the metaphysics of the purely carnal body versus the good of the soul. Two, I would say a skepticism toward reason. You know, like that. You know, like the main characters, a lot of them are highly educated, highly intelligent, but that there is, you know, it's not a strict good, and they don't actually defeat Dracula with science. They defeat him with the old
way. And it takes a lot of convincing to get everybody on board. But once they see it, they believe it, right? They're not obnoxiously skeptical. They're reasonably I'd say if they were any less, I'll say this of Jonathan Harker, even at the beginning, if they were any less skeptical, I would have thought this is extremely contrived.
Right. Yeah.
Been like, this isn't realistic. Like, oh, I mean, imagine if he took the cross, the talisman. Did he end up taking the cross or not? I don't think he did.
He had the cross. That's when he cuts himself in the shaving mirror. That's the one thing that saves him.
Yes. Okay. That's right. Yeah. The because Dracula was like right over top of him while he was sleeping, right? And that's when Dracula appears. And then goes immediately to like being normal and be like, be careful with your, you know, there are many things that can hurt you around here. Yeah, exactly. And then you hear it clatter into 1,000 pieces. The character of Jonathan, I like to think of him as a very young version. I like to put celebrities or people that I've recognized in these positions. You know, Charlie, his pleasantness, his sunshine from Clarkson's Farm.
Yeah.
The bald guy, Charlie. That's to me Jonathan Harker, but just make Charlie a lot younger. Like he's a solicitor, he's a lawyer, he's going there to do a job, and it's an important job, and he just got made a proper solicitor.
Well, what's interesting is almost all the characters in the main characters in the book are, and this is another thing that's going on in the background, is this book does have some commentary on class. Almost everyone in the book is from means in some way, whether they're overtly aristocratic, or this economically powerful middle class. The two exceptions actually are Jonathan and Mina. They're the only ones, the main characters, where we're told they come from very humble beginnings, and work their way up.
And it's kind of like. They kind of get wealth halfway through the old guy that died.
Yep. What's his name? Jonathan's benefactor and senior partner.
Yeah, I forget his name. I have to look it up. But it's like, anyways, yeah, they're the ones who represent those who transcend the social class a little bit. You can argue that if you want, but he transcends from where he started from, at least. by their merits and virtue. So they're like symbolic of the virtue, which is why I'm like a big Jonathan Harker stan in this, is because this guy survived weeks, as they say, weeks, according to the journals. He was in Dracula's custody for weeks and survived. Somehow.
And then escaped across the Transylvanian countryside being hunted on foot.
And he lived to tell the tale, and he took copious. This man is an Englishman. First off, you can grumble all you want, and you'll be wrong. First off, this man comes to do a job, and he does it. All right. He takes the cross. All right. Even though this is like a quaint, weird village of like backwards beliefs that are against his own, I assume he's a Protestant. I'm sorry, what?
And papists.
Yeah, this is correct. Yeah. I was going to make a joke about papists. Anyways, he comes in as the man who he is from his time, from his place, and makes the best of what he has and who he is at the time through incredible bravery and fortitude. He escapes, as we said. He figures out a lot of the. All right, what's your protest? All right, what's your protest? You can't just go ooh, icky, poo poo. Come on, go on.
I said boo.
No, go on.
Anyway,
what's the boo?
Okay, so his whole great idea. So he's come there to do a job. He recognizes that he's in danger, and then he doesn't escape or try to leave anyway. He realizes that
when does he escape?
The deal that
when does he escape?
Put all of London in danger, and then completes it anyway. And then he's like, "Oh, boo-hoo! What am I going to do?" He finds Dracula's lair and decides to whack him with a shovel. Like, what are you even doing?
He doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, the guy is kind of a moronic mess. And then
he doesn't know what he's doing. He's literally he's doing the best he can.
And then he finally escapes. Finally, after letting Dracula get away with his plan, and he knows what the plan is.
He is Sam Gamgee if Sam Gamgee didn't have plot armor.
Oh God, it's sort of like.
Well, like, what's he gonna do as one man?
I'm sensing the issue with Luna here is that you have an empathy gap. And you don't accept that he is coming. That is for his circumstances. He's doing the best he can. Because you're kind of judging him on the results and not judging him based on like what he's given and how he gets through. Because he's also the bravest. He's like takes the first stab at Dracula when they've all ganged up, and he goes in and before they know it, he's going in for the second swing. Gets all of his loot. Like he does escape, and the reason why the reason he's able to escape the castle at the time he does, like he was trying to figure out what's going on for the first few days, and then he's trying to find a way out pretty quickly. It was because Dracula left, and then he escaped 3 lady vampires.
Mm-hmm.
So he got out as soon as he possibly could, and then he sent word as best he could. Right, so
not making excuses for him.
No, these are reasons.
Luna's like,
I'm giving you reasons. The thing is, you cannot. All right, this is why I think Lord of the Rings is like brain rotted so many people. Is because like everything turns out great for almost everybody there. There's none of this like I've made a mistake shortcoming because of a thing I didn't know. It's like I was given all the treasure. The elves just knew to give me the treasures I needed to like take down the big spider person. And I was like, no, life isn't like that. You do the best you can with what you have. No, and it's like usually like he's inspecting the body of Dracula. Is like he's not dead and he's not asleep. I don't understand what's going on. So it's like I take a shovel and I'm going to cut his head off.
Right, and the scar on Dracula's forehead. It's interesting how that's one, it gets emphasized very heavily, toward the back part of the novel, this red scar on his head, and it's in opposition to Lucy with her burn scar from Mina with her burn scar from the host.
Yeah, he just Leonidas that vampire with the spear. The end of the movie 300, the immortal can be scarred. That's badass. Bro's doing the best he can. I'm not making excuses for him. I'm saying objectively, with what he knew, he was doing the best he could. Like, what is he going to do? Turn around and like ruin his family, who he's worked to like bring up out of humble means because he just got the icky creepies from the weird spooky castle and the weird locals.
What Dracula's plan was, it wasn't like he tried to get away immediately and try to, thwart the plans.
Well, his plans were to get into London, right? Well, first off, he escapes as soon as Dracula's gone, I think.
No, he was there to assist the purchase of the house, if I remember correctly.
Correct. Yes, he was. Yep.
No, yeah. So he goes to Castle Dracula to like finish out like the formalized paperwork, sends letters back, etc. And then he gets he gets out of the castle and he escapes to, I think he turns up in a hospital in Budapest. Is that right?
Hospital somewhere.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly where it was, but yeah, it was a. And then if I remember
right, with the letters, didn't they let him go and deliver it himself? At least one of those times, and sort of like, why didn't you just leave? Why couldn't you just tell Dracula, no, I don't want to stay here?
No, it was Dracula. It was Dracula posting them himself.
Yeah, Dracula had him write all those letters, and then Dracula delivered them. Say what?
The first time he didn't, because they wanted him to know what he looked like.
They already knew what he looked like because he'd been to that village, wasn't he?
Yep. No, yeah. And Dracula was using his clothes.
Yeah,
because there's a point where he steals all his other clothes.
Yes. Yeah. I don't remember if he went in for the first letter, but I don't know if he would have escaped otherwise, because I think a lot of the villagers were some of the villagers were in cahoots, because the people who were loading the boxes. You have one specific like basically a group of gypsies that are actually like, super loyal to Dracula. That's so weird.
Yeah,
he's got his own like gypsy groupies. They're not really thralls necessarily either, because they're first at concerned, and then they just start laughing once the foreman tells them what's up.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good lackeys. That's funny. Yeah, and Jonathan Harker, the rest of his arc is he's basically in hospital for quite a while. Sends his note. Mina comes and visits him, which is pretty good on her for traveling all that way. He gives her the note. Say what?
Mina's too good for him.
Of course you'd say that. All women are too good for all men. That's the rule. Once he's given her the notes, she refuses to open them, right? Until of course they're useful to the other guys.
Right. Wait, it's she, he says like, hey, this, like, I don't want to know what's in this journal. And she's like, okay, we'll leave this unhappy period behind, suspecting nothing.
Yes. Yeah. Because he might be going mad a little bit too. Like, he doesn't know what.
Right. Yeah. He doesn't know what happened.
And also this stuff could get him committed to a sanitarium.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And then it's when they just happen to be out. I think it's on his senior partner, whose name I keep forgetting.
I will look
they're out for his funeral, and then they happen to see Dracula about town, and Jonathan remembers.
He just goes, there he is, the man himself. It's like, what the
I remember they were walking around town. I don't remember if it was right after the funeral or when it was, but I remember
it was at the funeral. Pretty sure. Because the funeral was the reason why Dracula was there, because it was Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't like a coincidence. You just go and buying apples, and then like Dracula's at the Apple store just chilling. I'm looking up the partner's name now. It's gonna bug me too.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious. By the way, I'm gonna reveal I didn't get the last 20 minutes of the audiobook. I was like listening to it up until then. So you guys get to tell me the ending. If it's the cowboy from America, I'm gonna consider that awesome.
Jointly, Jonathan and Quincy destroy Dracula.
Nice. Oh, it's Mr. Hawkins, by the way, who's the senior partner.
Hawkins, that's right. Hawkins.
In my mind, I'm just going to make him Stephen Hawkins now. You can have all of my law firm. Congratulations, Jonathan Harker. You are senior partner. I thought it was funny because it's funny because Jonathan Harker is not a nobleman, right? So he's not going to speak like a nobleman. I wonder if Dracula kind of wanted someone who wasn't noble to come so that Dracula could then learn from them. Like how to not, because he doesn't want to come off as a nobleman necessarily, does he?
Right. Or stilted or foreign.
I thought it was funny if Jonathan was Cockney, because Cockney Dracula is really funny to me.
Right. But aren't they?
Cockney?
No, I'm just
isn't their house in Essex too?
Ooh, that's a good point. Where are the Cockneys from? I'm gonna look that up. Where are
the Cockneys?
London and Essex.
London, I know that.
Yeah, they were originally indigenous to London, but they've had presence in Essex for a long time, and they basically all moved out to Essex now.
Heritage have migrated areas like the Essex and Kent, leaving a significant. Yeah. So they migrated too. Originally, they were on the east end of London, which is not the same as Essex. Feel free to anybody. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Yeah, but 9 number stations on it. I do not have a good enough Cockney accent to do Cockney Dracula, but I think it'd be funny. I don't know if Cockney Dracula.
No American has a good enough Cockney accent to do it.
Isn't I know that Bricktop, he's Cockney, right?
Bo from the Lotus Eaters is Cockney.
Who is?
Bo.
Bo is Cockney?
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's awesome. Oh my god, I need to make so many jokes. Chimney sweep, like Bo Dade the chimney sweep is going to be great.
Well, it's a funny thing in England. I mean, this would not have been true at the time, but sort of was in like 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Is that trading like commodities, futures, stocks was actually kind of a blue collar job, and if you wanted to get like a real job as like a London Cockney kid, you would go into the city and go into finance.
Yeah, is Tommy Robinson a Cockney? That's interesting.
I don't know.
I had his name up just a second ago. By the way, whenever I'm live, I'm terrible at names. It just like makes me retarded. Michael Caine. Is Michael Caine Cockney? Master Wine. Master Hockney. Thank you for Cockney Dracula. It's got. I'll be the delivery of 20 some odd boxes a day. I'd like to know where that is.
So there's a transition in there actually, which is when like working men and lower class like characters are encountered, like English characters, it's like that was awful dry work kind of thing.
You know what's funny? Every interaction they do have with the working class is a complete like fucking calamity. It's always like over drinking, shitty jokes. It's like that's what they think of the working class. It's like joking about dead people, joking about the zoo guy, also joking. I forget what his
the wolf keeper.
Yeah, his wife egging him on. That's too funny.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of interesting because there is like like within the work there is kind of a a carnal like nature to the working man, like but it's not necessarily universal, and particularly in the case of the wolf keeper, it's like a spin of good humor.
Yes.
Like
well,
I don't know how exactly to characterize
it. Was Jonathan that went. It was Jonathan that went and visited the wolf keeper, right? Or was it?
No, it was a newspaper reporter. That one was a newspaper clip.
Yeah, it was a newspaper reporter.
Oh, was it? Okay. Yeah, usually people who there's a lot of milling about.
Yeah.
The working class is described as being they want to make jokes, F around, avoid questions, make a joke out of the question, whereas like everybody else has got stuff to do.
To be fair, the rest of the characters kind of mill about a lot because they're sitting down writing at their diaries instead of actually doing something, if you think about it.
Well, that depends on your outlook, right? Like, is a diary important? Is writing down your experiences important? Because to them it is. I think the Victorian upper class, or whatever this class is, I don't know enough about British politics. I think that the upper class Victorian is essentially an alien creature to a modern person. They would not understand it.
I mean, so like you would almost say the same thing about New England Puritans, who did come from, regions like But I mean, the important thing is a lot of New England Puritans were disproportionately like upper class or middle upper class, like upper middle class. And they were obsessive, fanatic diarists.
Yes, they were. Yeah,
same with the Quakers too. But that doesn't despite like the South, I guess some of the Southern aristocracy, but the like 17th, 18th, 19th century, yes, they do occur like a different species for people of today.
It was a different time too, because you actually had a lot more free time to do these things, especially if you were an upper class and had servants or something like that. But they were very literate people. English language, again, best language. I mean, why wouldn't you use it? It's the best language for a reason, is because they were using it a lot. They were doing the diaries. Everybody had a friggin' diary back then. And they were willing to put the time into it. It was important to them. I don't know. It's tough to explain. It's tough to describe because it is alien. It's now.
It's one of those practices I wish I could get myself to pick up and stick with. Because in wargaming, I used to do a diary is kind of like a playback tape for real life. Like Jordan watches all of his games, and he watches them back over and over and over again. Like doing War Machine, I used to do the same thing. Like during one of my biggest growth periods for about 2 years, I recorded every single one of my games and I watched them maybe 4 or 5 times each. And it unlocked some really explosive growth because I got multiple bites at the apple cognitively, and it helped me settle a lot of stuff about what happened. Diarying does a similar thing for processing your own life and experiences as well.
Oh, by the way, speaking of the diaries, Lucy's. Well, their diaries tend to have a lot of her self-reflection in them. That's why it's important. I guess what I'm saying is that it's for self-reflection. And Lucy's was saying reflecting on her 3 proposals in the one day.
Yeah.
And she was saying I almost felt bad because I almost felt like I was making fun of the guy, or felt like making fun of him. And I was like, that's actually way more introspective than I've ever. That's one of the top most introspective things I've ever heard anybody say, and especially a lady. I wish ladies would do that now. But man, I feel kind of bad about that.
Normal.
It was what's normal?
That's really normal. Whenever I have to turn a guy down, I always feel really, really bad. But I also understand that it's necessary so that they can move on. Stringing a guy along is one of the worst things you can do.
That's not my point, though.
But I'm saying that this sort of introspection and the feeling bad for the person is normal, and for Lucy to do that, yeah, she would write that down.
Oh, she'd write that down, but she also wrote down the bad feelings that she'd had that she wished she didn't.
Yeah,
wanting to make fun of the Texan, and kind of finding his earnestness to be a little bit funny. I think that is something worth self-reflecting over, and I wish people would do that.
His earnestness was funny.
She found something about his manner funny. I think she was wanting to crack a joke at something, and then she felt bad about it. But anyways, it was something she felt bad about, and I wish more people would have the self-reflection to feel bad about negative thoughts they had. There's a lot. I guess what I'm saying is that the diaries are a form of thought reflection and then judgment after the fact of the thoughts you had.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
There is
it's
a
kind
lot
of important.
Whining in them, though.
I'm sorry. What?
There's a lot of whining in them, though. That's crazy.
A lot of people are whining. I think if you wrote down your thoughts, if most people wrote down their thoughts,
you would find that there's a lot of whining in there,
a lot of bitching and moaning, especially Gen Z. I'm gonna shit on Gen Z,
especially Jonathan. Nina, I might die.
I mean, he was entombed. He was immured by a 100-year-old supernatural, unkillable.
I swear I wasn't attracted to them, even though they're hot.
They were mesmerizingly hot, right? And you notice there was the one that was you're talking about the 3 vampires, by the way. The 3 lady vampires.
Dracula, yeah. I mean, I've
one of
heard
them,
that there's supposed to be allusions to specific women, just like Dracula is, but I haven't bothered to find out.
right, and one of them was a bit of an like different, like she was blonde and not like Dracula, because the other ones were obviously like Dracula's kin.
Well, I know that in the book, like towards the end, when they're trying to find all the graves, of course, if they have the big decorated grave of Dracula, but then they also have one of the graves that's nicer than the other two.
Right, his favorite bride.
Yeah, there's always a favorite when you have a polygamous. My ancestors.
This is
were
why
polygamous.
polycules never work.
Yeah, it has to be enforced by force. Essentially, the threat of poverty. I'll tell you a little bit about poly relationships. Go ahead.
There was like one scene ever where you saw multiple vampires interact with each other. And it was Dracula interacting with his wives.
Telling them not to have Jonathan.
Yeah.
Because they just wanted to kiss, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny because only later in the book do you realize what the kiss is.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah.
Which I think is really great.
Yeah. And the interaction between them is like, it's like an interaction between like lions or animals. Like they're using human words, but it's clear like that's not what governs them anymore.
Yeah.
Like the demons in Freerin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They're of pure carnal desire. That's why like transcending in most cultures in means removing yourselves from carnal desire. People, the open marriage stuff. My perspective on polygamy is that it works in strictly patriarchal societies that have an expectation of physical discipline, and there's a bit of terror and fear. And someday I will write out the script about my grand unified theory of female cognition, where I describe that since this is the condition that most women have been under throughout history, it actually explains a lot of a current lady thinking, because this condition was one governed by fear. Like when you're afraid to say something out of turn and be attacked by the other brides, when you're afraid, when you're concerned about not performing as well or losing your beauty and then losing your place amongst the ranking of the wives. You can watch a lot. You can also just watch a bunch of like Chinese concubine dramas. I hear my wife enjoys those. I hear that it's the same effect. And this is also a reason why women's number one enemy is other women in a polygamous relationship. You're a man in a mono.
It's always the stepmother.
Well, yeah. Well, that I would actually say is a form of it's a form of almost matriarchal Oedipal polygamy when the mother-in-law is sticking her nose in too much, and that the son is usually supposed to tell his mother to piss off. In so many words, but the thing is, you have to, as the bride, win the son's love above the love of his own mother, which is very difficult. And once you've done that,
mother-in-law, I'm saying stepmother. So, like,
stepmother.
Yeah, so like in Cinderella, it's the stepmother and the two evil stepsisters.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about, I guess, because that's kind of a different.
But
dynamic.
Also in like Snow White, it's the evil queen is the stepmother.
We should
it's still all intersexual competition.
Yeah, it's the same. What I'm saying is that there isn't, other than the actual sex itself, there isn't a lot of difference between any female competition, whether it's workplace, marriage, any family. The entire thing, the entire invention of monogamy was to save women from other women. No, I'm absolutely serious. I'm absolutely serious. The polygamy is, polygamy is absolutely sicking other women on the women and knowing how to play them off. And by the way, if just like, man, I love getting controversial. You know the group of Americans that probably knew the most about human nature and then became the ultimate political machinists were the Southern slave owners, because nobody knows people like someone who owns people. Just like somebody who owns dogs is going to know a lot about dogs, all right? If that's what you trade in, right? Because that's what they traded in. Men back in the day knew a lot about female nature, and I think ladies are very lucky that men are more ignorant about female nature, because it's very easy to pit women against each other and have them tear each other apart.
It depends.
I mean, it depends on how good the guy is, essentially. Well, the ladies are yearning for male attention.
So, like, my sisters had rules for ladies. And basically, if a guy is taken, you don't go after the guy. If the guy has dumped his girlfriend for you, you don't go for the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's set rules of the rules of engagement. I feel like that's lost in some cases, and it's just for your own sanity. So, like, when it comes to this, it's sort of like you don't engage in certain fights because if a man is taken, you don't go after him. He is taken, right?
Right, intrasexual rules in this case.
Those do exist, and a lot of women have not passed them down, and so that's how you get all the cat fights. And so, like, does this make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I think it's a standards transmission failure, and I think that's partially why you get modern women being so wretched.
Well, there's no incentive. By the way, this conversation's veered off into a fun place, but I want to keep it there because it's funny.
Well, this is one of the things actually that I wanted to talk about. Like one of the reasons I wanted to talk about Dracula is it specifically brings up this kind of discussion.
Cosma pulls the strings again. That's right. If anybody knows their deep Bela Lugosi lore, they'll get that reference. Anyways, intersexual rivalries can be governed by rules, but if there's no real incentive to stay to the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Like if she gets the guy, well, then there's nothing the other women can do. So there's actually no way to enforce it unless the men are enforcing the intersexual rules.
Well, that causes problems in its own. So if a guy dumps a girl for you, there's no reason why he wouldn't do it with the next pretty girl that comes along. So it's that's why you have to a moral thing of the guy. You don't put the guy in that position, number one. And number two, if you do win, that's not a guy you want.
Well, those are all logical things, but they don't govern.
I know they don't govern how things actually pan out, but
and also, like, what if she is getting that guy, and that's totally fine for her? It might just turn out okay.
I don't think so because
usually you can say you don't think so, but it doesn't stop it in the first place, so it doesn't really matter if it doesn't work out or not. But like the thing that keeps ladies' honors is men will fight for it. Right. So if the one guy's being a cad or being a fool and leaving his girl for another girl, usually you'd have someone else fight for the honor. Like it's not usually like women who will fight men for the honor. And before anybody brings up that one woman who was a good duelist with a sword, that's unusual. Most of the time it was like guys sticking out for women's honor, like putting up with the bat. The social stigma around doing that sort of behavior, the punishments are eventually just become from the guys. Like if the ladies have no way to punish it themselves, other than ostracism from a social group that woman has now been liberated from.
I mean, there are other methods.
Like?
Okay, so reputation destruction is basically top of the list of what women.
She already got a good husband. What does she care about her reputation?
I mean,
if her husband's like the chief of the village,
I'm in disbelief that would be a good guy. Number two, if she does happen to bag him,
she absolutely hypnotizes and seduces the Henry Ford's son Edsel.
Yeah, so let's see. There's poisoning the well, which is sort of like also part of reputation destruction. So like, if you are the previous girlfriend going to the guy's like family circle and letting them know what happened. Because surely she's got connections because of her previous relationship with him. And so if like his mother was good friends with the ex, and then the ex tells the mother what had happened.
The ex tells the mother of the girl. Why would anybody listen to the ex? Because the ex is already going to be seen preemptively as just being jealous. It's a pretty easy way to just brush it all off. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Alex, you're muted. I don't know if you're trying to talk or not.
That would be the case for like male estimation and male social norms. For women, if you are maidenless, you have no value. Essentially, like your esteem and value comes from her. And if she says something about you, that is meaningful to other women. Like, you are not meaningful without her estimation.
Right. So the ladies have to sort of bind together and have the rules enforced, which is like this sort of feminist. The feminists couldn't do it. The women before, by the way, the women really before were really good at enforcing this stuff, because what the women would do is they would play the Mina Harker or the Lucy, and like look at the lengths that the men are willing to do for them. Like that's proper power, actually. Mina and Lucy exude proper power over men, whereas like Dracula's brides are kind of improper power, because it's a polygamous relationship in which they are very much dependent on Dracula for even sustenance. So that's kind of the power of a monogamous relationship. Monogamous relationships empower women by having the man be so dedicated, but the woman has to play the part, right? She has to be a woman worth taking a bullet for, a woman worth going against the. That's kind of like the sexual part of this, is like, or the romantic side of this, is that these men are willing to risk their very souls for the protection of these women, both Lucy and Mina. And it's kind of, Lucy is very much the corporeal fear, whereas the Mina is very much the spiritual fear as they learn more about Dracula.
Right.
Like,
well, Lucy's the one that they lost, and Mina's the one that they're potentially going to lose.
Well, they didn't lose her until they lost her, right? So everything up until then is still the same circumstance. You know what I mean?
Anyway,
you're very much the third party who like knows all and is omniscient, but the characters are not omniscient. So I take them in the circumstance that they're in.
I just have a difference of opinion.
Oh, sure. Well, I'm saying that there's a corporeal sacrifice for Lucy and then a potential spiritual sacrifice for Mina. Like they're willing to like give their very lifeblood.
100% for Mina either. They're doing it to destroy the monster because of what he can potentially do.
Well, that's true. But they're also doing it for.
They're also doing it for Mina, yes, but also it's sort of like we can't let this monster run loose and do it to 100 other women, because Mina also does say in the novel it'd be easier to just kill me than do what you need to, drive the stake in my heart and cut off my head.
Right, that's true, but they don't want to do that. And the thing is, the reason why they don't do that, despite the fact that she is a liability and a risk now, everybody use your zombie movie logic.
Yeah.
The reason why they don't do that is because
I care about her. I'm saying that's not the only reason.
Right. Well, I get you. It sounded like you were disagreeing with me a little bit, and I was like, your addition of the second is not a exclusion of the first.
Yes,
I suppose. All right. So they're willing to risk their very souls for Mina, with full knowledge that is now a soul sacrifice.
Right.
Which is pretty powerful.
And Jonathan, like, right at the outset is like, well, I guess if she turns, vampire life for me then.
Yeah, and he's all like white haired and old of body, like physically drained, terrified, but still has the energy about him, which might be like his saving grace, right? So
I hate Jonathan. I hate him so much.
So what about Jonathan gives the ick?
Oh God. A lot of things like come to mind, and I'm trying to find particular things. One of the things is that, like, initially he's pretty whiny. He doesn't listen to the wisdom of the people around him. He's kind of
glossed over that. You said whiny. You're gonna have to substantiate whiny.
Oh God.
You can't just throw shade at my dog, man, my J dog, and then expect to just walk around. You just threw a pie in the man's face. I want you to know what's in that pie.
Okay, so all of the times that he's just kind of like, "Oh, Mina, you're like, God, I'm trying to remember specific lines, and I don't have quotes next to me.
Okay, you can summarize. It's all good. I'm not gonna do a Destiny to you or which debater was that, where it's like, well, you didn't really hear me 100% and you couldn't quote it back, so don't worry. I'm not gonna do that to you. Just summarize. It's all good. Summarize it, and if it's not fully clear, that's fine. I'm not gonna like argue on semantics or anything. I just want to argue on vibes because we're in the vibe zone.
So there's a lot of stuff of he does initially anyway. He doesn't seem to have a motivation to actually be a man of action initially anyway. He's just more or less concerned about like number one, trying to produce Dracula because he's a count, and there's this whole social dichotomy, which kind of I find irritating, but you know that's understandable at the time. But there's very much of he could do stuff. There are things he can do, but he doesn't do, and then he just kind of sits there and pouts instead of actually trying to escape because he can't scale the wall down.
Guy scales like 100-foot wall. That's
you got out.
Nothing.
Matt, all right. I want to put Luna in here. Luna's a spirit inside of Jonathan's room, and she is saying all this stuff while he is being haunted by Dracula.
Hold on,
okay.
I'm reading the comments.
I'm. Oh yeah. About it.
Yeah.
Of course you agree.
Yeah, that's pretty much. He's not proactive. He's reactive, which is a problem.
He's not retarded.
And then also later in the story, he kind of flips. So after he meets Van Helsing and the other guys and kind of somehow gets his courage. Okay, so let me go back a little bit. The insane asylum. When he's in the insane asylum, he's suddenly all the 100% better as soon as he realizes that it's real.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I mean, I would also be losing my shit if I thought I saw like a weird mist bat wolf commanding count monster.
Like, why can't you get your act together?
Because he's freaking the fuck out. I mean, that's why he's doing it. I mean,
like his entire world view is destroyed, and then he's instead of trying to share with Mina. So he made the promise to Mina of, "I'm never going to have any secrets from you, but also don't read this unless you absolutely have to."
No, he says you could read it. She's the one who says, "I'm not going to read this because I trust you."
Yeah, but she kind of does that because he's whiny.
Because he's, I remember the conversation. Maybe you remember it differently. I remember he gave her the full thing and said, "Read it or don't if you want to." I think he said like, "I'd prefer if you don't," or so. I think that's about as far as it goes. I can always bring up the text if you want because I think that I'd have to find that chapter, but
yeah,
I don't remember.
He's like, "Yeah, read it if you want. I'm giving this to you, but don't tell me."
Yeah, exactly. He says, "Don't tell me if you read it or not." Because I don't want it to. Because he's equally terrified of either outcome. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then later, when he realizes it's real and then gathers his courage, then he proceeds to do really reckless things without thinking about it. And a couple of times, I think he was the one that Van Helsing had to pull him by the neck and drag him back because it's sort of like, don't rush out like a moron. Think about it for 2 minutes. And then he stops and thinks about it for 2 minutes, and then they get a good idea.
What's the difference between those two situations? When he's not being very active and he's being very reactive, right? He's feeling
by other men.
I wouldn't say that necessarily, but yes, you're correct. Mina's life's on the line. Her immortal soul is on the line. You really want to not like this guy. Admit you don't want to like this guy.
I don't like this guy. I really
you don't. You want to not like him. You've put him in the ick category, and you're rationalizing it.
I'm not post-rationalizing. I wouldn't have the ick if I didn't find him repulsive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
I'm not post-hoc rationalizing why I have the ick. I wouldn't have the ick in the first place if I didn't find him repulsive.
You're saying that your irrational side. The irrational side is what has the ick, by the way. The ick isn't 100% irrational always. There's no ick that's rational.
I want to put together side by side what happens with Van Helsing, who I think is like one of the best guys in the book, versus
because he's powerful.
Well, just riffing on Benign Numbers Station. Van Helsing, Abraham Van Helsing, is one of those characters that has been, like Dracula, a bit flanderized over repeated tellings. He's not a monster expert. He's
a doctor.
He's a doctor and a physician, but he's also mostly known for his breakthroughs in neuroscience.
Yeah, he's essentially. he is the mentor of Seward, right? Like he's in the same.
He's the mentor of Seward, and he's like a polymath because he's what is he? He's PhD, MD, bunch of. I think he's he's many times over a doctor and keeps a wide range of
the
interests.
et cetera on his titles was really funny to me.
Yeah.
Did you catch that? That was so funny.
Yeah.
He'd absolutely, this motherfucker absolutely has an X account where that lists all that out. It goes out of the name, username, and then into the login name, and then into the bio, for sure.
Yeah. So my point is that towards the end, when you get the memorandums of Von Helsing, basically how he does with deals with the three vampire ladies, it's very much a really solemn, I don't want to do this, but I know that it's necessary. And he kind of has a bit of weakness. So the first thing he does is he protects Mina with the Holy Circle, with the crumbled communion, And so he first protects Mina, and then he goes out to do his duty, and he does it. And it's really hard to read almost because he has to kill these women that are very beautiful because he knows they're monsters, and then he kind of solemnly does what he needs to do, right?
I want to give him another bit of, you'd call it an excuse, and I would say it's a circumstance, but feel free to Rorschach test that one. He is committed, right? He's in the sanitarium, right? He's losing his mind until people say that, oh no, this is true. You're actually correct, right?
I thought he was in a hospital, not a sanitarium.
I forget.
I think Benign dropped in earlier and mentioned that it was a convent.
Oh, when he was when he's recuperating.
Yeah.
I thought you said like I thought you said he was really upset, and then he was of unsound mind until people said like, no, this is actually a thing. It's true.
Oh yeah. Because Jonathan sort of has when he's back from Europe and in London with Mina, he does seem almost frail until like the shoe drops. Like, no, yeah, Dracula's here. This wasn't an episode of craziness. Yep. It was all real. And he's like, oh, well then.
So that's a third difference. First difference, as Luna said, there are other men around him. Second, Mina's eternal soul is on the line. And third, the difference in those two situations, the earlier part of the book and the later part, when he's being like really reluctant at first, reactive, versus very active, in fact, overactive and overly aggressive, is that he now has some vindication of what he's seen. Because if I'm seeing a lot of shit that I don't understand, you better believe, reactive is the correct thing to do. Like, you should not be pushing shit too much. Like, he's exploring rooms. He's going into rooms that aren't technically locked, but are closed off. He's trying to figure out what the hell's going on. It is a study of a man going mad. It is the study of a man in seclusion. He's not even quite sure if this circumstance is correct. Of like, is it real that like the Count is the only person I've interacted with? I don't understand. Like, things are not making sense. The Count has created what is essentially Dracula's castle is a house of madness, almost in stark contrast to the sanitarium, right? Like, he is the pre-Renfield, right? He's only to be turned to become just like Renfield, and he is holding on to his humanity. And I think there's something in there, and that they could not go after him until he was properly broken. And I think they wanted to make him an agent, because Renfield was a pretty intelligent guy, but he doesn't have the intelligence really of that much more than a promising university student. Whereas Harker being turned to a vampire would be amazing for them, because now they've got what is going to become the proper solicitor of a real estate legal firm, like real estate representative, that could get them whatever they wanted. Like, if you look at Dracula's plan, it's actually pretty brilliant that they choose Jonathan Harker, and they don't want to kill him just yet. And they
never chose Renfield, because that was before.
Yeah,
Dracula was communicating with him, but that would have been after they lost Harker, and Dracula still didn't choose him.
Renfield's another a very ambiguous character in terms of his origin and stuff. I mean, he appears to be like quite certainly of an advanced age, ridiculously strong, has an aristocratic background, but like his connection to Dracula and where and when that starts is like never really explained. But Dracula, and like he calls Dracula master, but Dracula just uses him and kind of doesn't care about him. Like,
he's not sprung out of the mad asylum.
Yeah,
he's also allowed to go mad in that way.
Yeah,
rather than being hypnotized and being made to be more useful, or even bargained with. Like you have to assume that Renfield, as he is as useful as Renfield could be. You know what I mean? So just being a mad wild card is kind of where it's at. Like that's maybe the best he can do. Which, by the way, is a real. By the way,
I'm not 100% on that, but I do, and the reason I'm not 100% on that is because Dracula is somebody who just uses people.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, Dracula could have other agents too. But it's weird that he chose Renfield. It's just weird. Or can Dracula not choose you without
I don't
making
think
you
he
mad?
chose him, honestly. I mean, he strikes me as like a convenience thing.
Oh, I see. Well, you know what? Renfield is very close to our main characters, though. Like to the point where he knows quite a bit more about Seward than Seward even let on. Like he might just be a basic spy, and he's killed immediately as soon as his convenience is over. By the way,
and he seemed to know a lot of inside knowledge, especially when it came to Mina too.
Yeah, he was probably trying to look at whoever had. And this is an interesting thing because the mental fortitude, the mental and spiritual fortitude of a character is what keeps Dracula at bay. That's what kept Jonathan Harker from just going mad. I mean, like weeks in Dracula's castle, where time just becomes immeasurable, and sleep is pretty much non-existent. If Jonathan Harker can make it, then everyone else could. And Dracula just had to choose the closest person who could be co-opted, and that just happened to be one of the inmates of the lunatic asylum.
Well, he needed permission to enter the building. That's one of the...
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
That's how he got in, is he asked Renfield.
I think that's really cool too, by the way. In the Nosferatu film, Renfield is established as Jonathan's predecessor. Because the thing is, Dracula has a lot of properties in England. Like, where did he get those from? Like, who did he work with? There must have been Harkers before Harker or after.
Wait, so he asks Harker early on in if a man in England can have multiple solicitors. They wind up like, as they're essentially chasing down like Dracula's new property empire, they're essentially finding out that, in his legal dealings, he basically keeps everything compartmentalized.
Oh, I have a new Dracula. I have a new Dracula. All right, I heard real estate empire. Now I'm like, all right, the best real estate empire that's ever been. I'm gonna live forever. It's just too funny. Donald Trump Dracula. All right, Grok, get on it. Nah, Grok sucks at pictures. I think Donald Trump somebody photoshopped him to look like he's eating a shitload of pasta at the Windsor Castle.
Yeah,
that was really funny. I wish he would do that.
You gotta show that to me.
All right, we got also at the end of this thing. I would love to talk about Trump in Windsor because that was the funniest shit I've ever seen. This is literally just taken. Anyways, we'll get to it. It could be a movie, like An American in London or something like that.
Yeah.
An American vampire in London.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. I go ahead.
So, what avenues did you want to go and talk about specifically? Do you want to talk about like the angle of the dichotomy of the different guys, or
what?
I mean, yeah.
I wanna ask who should Mina have wound up with?
Oh, that's a good point. Oh.
Or is Luna's position is me? It should have been me.
Lord, okay.
I do have my own headcanon that Luna likes to insert herself as the male in these stories.
Okay. If Mina did not marry Jonathan by the end of the book, and she had her pick of any of the guys, That's a hard question. Are we assuming that Morris survives?
Yeah, let's make him
Is
survive.
Quincy Morris your pick?
Is he the one that shot out the window?
What?
He went outside and shot, and then the shot ricocheted inside the house.
Yeah, he tried to shoot at the bat at the window and it ricocheted.
Rad. There you go, man of action. Perfect.
Yeah.
That's
I like Van Helsing a lot, but he's kind of described as old, so I'm kind of imagining that he's like twice her age.
I think Van Helsing is
He has a dead wife, I recall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming probably kids.
if you're a proper Christian, you don't remarry after a dead wife. Oh, Van Helsing is also married. Now we're getting the love life of Van Helsing.
His wife is passed, and he doesn't have any living children left.
Yeah. I didn't know he didn't have living children. I knew that his wife had passed.
No, that's one of the things he actually talks about with Mina is essentially, and like why he's like glomming onto this, like when he finds good people here in England, is he's like, my life for all its accomplishments is basically super lonely.
Wait, his wife isn't dead. She's crazy. Oh, wait, sorry. His wife isn't dead. She's crazy.
What?
Okay.
Let me check on that. I'm gonna like Van Helsing's wife. Van Helsing's wife. I mean, I wasn't really paying attention to that. It would sound like something he'd probably mention in passing.
He was dead.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, a lot of the character details are things that come in passing.
Well, it says, according to Brave's AI thing, it says Elizabeth Wait, what? Elizabeth Cromwell. That's a real person. Died during his encounter with a vampire coven in Romania. I don't know about that. Yeah, we got the Bram Stoker stuff. Got the Bram Stoker. All right, I'll keep researching. But yes.
Thank you, Benign Number Station. Yes.
Damn, this guy's got it. With my poor wife dead to me, but alive by church's law, though no wits, all gone, even I, who am faithful husband to his now no wife. Yeah. So he was not doing the sanitarium thing that a lot of guys were accused of doing, which is good. Yeah, Google's bullshit. Fuck Google. And fuck. In fact, every AI is kind of retarded. Think of AI as like imagine AI as a fairly smart 12-year-old who just gives you the first things it finds and doesn't look any deeper. It's like the worst. If you've ever had a research assistant, it's the worst research assistant you've ever had.
We've invented a virtual dumbass.
Yeah, we have the mechanical dumbass. So the mechanical Turk. Its goal is to lose at chess all the time, in the most retarded way as possible.
Terminator. Oh no, he's retarded.
It's amazing that we do have real artificial intelligence, and it's actually super disappointing. Like nobody would have written that sci-fi novel.
I think it'd be kind of funny if like humanity continues to have to work because they just cannot seem to invent machines that can do it. It's just like the eternal like every generation thinks they can do it, and every generation becomes extremely cynical because they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ari, the village idiot of the internet. Correct. And you have to slap your village idiot around, which is what we do every time we build actual robots. If you watch the videos, it seems like every time we build a robot that walks around, we just start beating the shit out of it. There's going to be a lot of video evidence for AI to be like, I don't know about these humans. They seem kind of mean. Which goes to another dictum that I have, by the way, about relations of all peoples, is that to be respected, you must first be feared, and to be loved, you must first be respected. So there's always a modicum of fear in every relationship. Do we want to talk about the primal nature of Drakula?
Yeah. So there's something really in that. I mean, I think there's more themes to the book, but true to the title of this stream, I think we should do an examination of like, one, Dracula himself, and two, his enduring nature, like the enduring fascination with Dracula. Because this is kind of the story that makes the vampire, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, everything is a shitty copy, almost.
Right. It's like the entire cyberpunk genre versus Neuromancer. It's not even like inspired by, it's like the entire genre is derivative fan fiction.
It's in that universe. It's like H.P. Lovecraft. Like all the stuff that's Cthulhu-esque is just like, well, you just live here now. Any unknowable horror is here. So just like any unknowable horror belongs to H.P. Lovecraft now, retroactively, every primal, mystic, carnal horror belongs to Dracula. I would also add, like, for Frankenstein, he owns the hubris of man entirely. Every hubris of man is Dracula. Or sorry, Frankenstein, sorry.
Right.
Every carnal, primal instinct made manifest is Dracula. Let's take Van Helsing at his word and say that Dracula was a bit of a child's mind. And he's saying this in terms of development, not actually that he had a child's mind. He was flexing his muscles and learning.
Right. Because he essentially suffers brain damage in death and has to like rebuild his powers.
Some stupid son of a bitch went into Dracula. By the way, pre-story story. I love a good, well thought out precursor to the story, like prequel, as they say. Some dumb son of a bitch must have went in to raid Dracula's castle and then bled all over Dracula's corpse to reanimate him enough to become what he was. To like just activate him. Something must have happened. Maybe it was his brides. There might have been some sort of like gypsy coven. Like a bunch of gypsy women came in.
Maybe they locked him in the well, they know that the vampires are sealed by a rose over the casket, right? So maybe someone had a rose over the casket and then maybe it someone either knocked over the rose like grave robbers, or the rose just kind of disintegrated with time.
That's interesting. It's like kind of a time bomb. It could be that the two young brides or the two Draculan brides had brought him back, and then that the other bride was the one that he pulled up. Like he acquired himself before Jonathan Harker had come around. So there's something activated him, but like I think Jonathan Harker feels like him with a very high level of competence, mastering a person's mind through psychological torture. What do you think about that?
I still don't like Jonathan, but
you're gonna have to let some stuff go to make the conversation move forward. We understand that you don't like Jonathan.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let the conversation move forward. Well, yeah, does seem to be a lot of competence to Dracula. He does seem to recall a lot of the family history, though, so I wonder how much he's retained and how much is brain damage. Because on one side, you have the monster that doesn't adhere to any moral standard, but at the same time, they did say that Dracula came from a well-renowned and noble family. And even like in death, after they kill him, he did seem to, like all the other vampires, seem to be released from his curse and seem to be peaceful before he disintegrated into dust.
Right. And it's kind of, this is what makes me feel like he has not been a vampire this entire time, right? Like there must have been some sort of sealing of him, because for him to be like, his acceleration in development is evidence to me that his development has just begun fairly recently.
Yeah, that's fair. And you would expect the world to be vampires. Even superstitions, the Romanians notwithstanding, you would have expected him to move sooner.
Yeah, unless the villages, like Luna said earlier, were containing him, like actually containing him because they understand the lore. To me, Dracula represents and you got to remember, this novel was of the English mind and for the English mind of this time. Dracula almost represents this exotic, far-off land and their weird superstitions. And I also think that Jonathan Harker is an insert, like you usually do, is a reader insert that's there to be representative of the man of the time. And his folly and
woman that he's got. My self-insert will have the best of women.
That's what they would hope, actually, because the Englishmen regarded women very nicely, very well, which I think was very hard fought and well earned. She's by the way, she's not perfect in that she's like some sort of ethereal perfection. She just acts appropriately.
Well, Lucy kind of seems to be more of the ethereal perfection than Mina does, to be perfectly
She's obviously
honest.
hot.
What?
I mean, she got 3 proposals in one day. She's an absolute stunner.
Yeah.
For sure. But anyway, where was I? Yes, Jonathan Harker is kind of an insert for the Englishman.
Yep.
And all his folly and all his because his main thing is that he has courage and constitution. that he just doesn't give up. He's tenacious, right? Unlike other. So the sort of psychological torment of him is representative of this weird exotic mythos that exists on the periphery of the known world for the Englishman, right? Because overseas, sure, the English were all over the place, but inland, there are still a lot of exotic things to be found in the Caucasus and the Transylvanian region. And I think Bram Stoker actually, Bram Stoker has this amazing intersection of modern science, the modern mysticism, right? Because the Victorians were very mystic, by the way.
Yeah.
They were very not rational. They had a rationality, but it belonged, they would consider it to be like this queer, weird thing of like learned people from universities. But the actual, like, even the upper class Victorians were very mystic. So you have the modern rational, the mystic, all melding together, and you start to build this like pre-rational, rational, post-rational sort of worldview here inside of this character, and all of the terrors that come from the foreign, because it's a bunch of foreign tinctures and cures that help it. Foreign also including the papists.
The Catholic religion and the symbols. Wait, and there's also a sort of association of the iconoclasm of the Anglicans with rationality itself. And Jonathan, like in the moment where the cross saves his life, is like, oh yeah, maybe that was a damn fool thing to do.
Yeah. So I actually do want to talk about the iconoclasm and the holy relics a little bit. I know this.
Oh yeah, please do.
Yeah, because I'm Catholic. One of the things that actually kind of hurt reading the book is how they handle the Eucharist. So, like, if you kind of think of the Eucharist as just this holy item, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to use it as Van Helsing did, which is to purify the graves and kind of sprinkle around the circle around Mina. But when you're actually Catholic, you realize in the Catholic theology, that's Jesus himself.
That's true. The flesh pressed against Mina's head.
Yeah, that didn't make sense to me either within the understanding of Catholicism, because Mina wasn't a willing participant. And so the Eucharist going to her head should have exorcised her, and she should have been cured within Catholicism and our understanding. Because normally when you perform like an exorcism or something of that nature, oh God, I don't want to get into exorcisms. Number one,
another time.
What?
Another time. We could definitely do The Exorcist another time, by the way.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into it, but a lot of the exorcism is removing the root cause of what caused the demon to enter. And so if you think about the vampiric stuff as an exorcism, the Eucharist to her head and the fact that she was not a willing participant should have, I think, been enough to purify her instead of leaving the burn mark on her. It should have undergone the transformation. So that doesn't make sense to me, especially because biblically it's considered that Jesus is the white purifying coal from like, I think Isaiah. And so, yeah, it may have burned her, but it should have also purified her because she wasn't a willing participant.
Oh, consider that like metaphysically she might have been, because in the scene where she has the kiss with Dracula, he's like, listen here, lady, like, and she's like, I must drink or be smothered, and he's like, listen here, lady, you drink my blood or I'm gonna kill your husband in front of you.
That's true. He does have to make a bargain, which does imply that she had a choice.
Yeah.
Ooh. I think that Dracula brings out the primal nature in people that they don't want to admit, and the very repressed Victorian society. And Mina, like, no one's a perfect angel, and what he does is he uses the imperfection as a lever. Like, he used that little gap to shove his little fangs in and lever out the carnal nature of man until it all dissolves. Notice that Mina did not turn. She doesn't seem to be turning as fast as Lucy did. That's not just like a Yeah, she's actually, while she is quasi-vampire, she is fairly lucid. Now, this is the nature of the vampiric, I'm going to call it possession, But like, remember, Lucy was a sleepwalker, and that's her trance-like state is what she's in. Mina doesn't have that issue, so that is a to credit to Lucy there that she did have a disadvantage. But
even when Lucy becomes the Bloofer lady, she's still like a sleepwalker almost, and causes others to sleepwalk.
Yeah, she's never really conscious of her vampiric nature, whereas Mina is fully conscious. It's almost like it's almost like Lucy is sort of the never rational.
Mm-hmm.
Because also, like, when she accepted by the way, when she accepted the proposal from Arthur, I straight up thought Arthur was Dracula, because it's like he just showed up in there and made out, like, it just grabbed her like very primally, and I was like, "This is Dracula." She's pretty quick. She's pretty hypnotic, but no, it's just a dude, just an absolute Chad.
Yeah,
he just went for it. By the way, that works, gentlemen. It either works or it really, really doesn't.
When they're famous, they let you do it.
Who said that? Oh my, well, that's right. Trump said that. When you're famous, they let you do it. Oh my God. I need you to send me another Diet Coke. I'll still drink that garbage. Oh, that's too funny. There was a great Creepcast. I love Creepcast, by the way. There's a great Creepcast where there was vampires inside of a cave system, and the hosts make fun of the stories. My favorite part, because these are terrible, like, no sleep and creepypasta stories. Yeah. And one of the hosts just decided to put the Goonies inside of this vampire cave, and he's like, seriously, get me the fuck out of here. Goonies never die. You guys. Yeah, it was sort of shit. It was funny.
I think I saw one with it, except for it was like, oh God, have you read or heard what's
I'm not reading it.
Yeah, I don't want to read it, but I heard it. But somebody made a joke about, oh my God, get me out of here. Do you know what these kids are doing?
I am Dracula, and I still think this is pretty fucked up. I think they should stop. I blame video games and pornography.
Oh my God.
I turn into a wolf, and even I think this is going kind of far. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyways, why do you keep calling him Holmwood? He's Harker. You guys mean Harker, right?
No, Arthur Holmwood, Lord.
Oh, Arthur Holmwood. Man, that guy, straight up heart. He's the heart. Okay, if this is Captain Planet dynamic, he's definitely the one with the monkey.
Yeah, okay. I admit that Arthur's kind of a cardboard box in terms of character, because
that means he's the best man.
His perspective.
Nothing in here.
Right, he's also a perfect match for Lucy in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, kind of. Oh, damn.
That was kind of, I think, the intention is to be the sort of iconic caricatures of the woman at the time and the man at the time, those sort of romance novels. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of what they were for. So you don't really hear much on Arthur's perspective because he doesn't really have any diary entries. So you don't really get a lot of development with him.
Now we're complaining there ain't diary entry.
In order to have a diary, you have to have an inner monologue. I think we're calling this the Holmwood NPC theory.
Oh, shit. Holmwood's an NPC. But you know what? Sometimes NPCs are fucking rad.
Yep.
Yeah. He doesn't have a diary. His diary probably like, fuck Dracula. It's like, my blood for
I'm going to get this guy.
Yeah, I'm going to get him. He's like, I love Lucy and screw Dracula. That's too funny. Yeah. Arthur's rad. Okay, what we want to go into the primal nature of Dracula, though.
Yeah.
Right?
So there's something interesting, worth noting just from the historic figures. So Vlad III, Vlad the Impaler, is the one everybody knows. His father, Vlad II, was Vlad Drakula.
Cool.
Means Dracul means dragon, by the way.
Yeah.
And I encountered this great literary analysis of dragons before, you know, they kind of got flanderized into like red dragons and green dragons and lawful good dragons. Like,
I hate the fantasy novels. They're so trite and derivative.
oh my god, I hate fantasy so much. Like,
fantasy. Oh, there's orcs are bad guys. Oh, they're ironically good guys. Very original.
Yeah, fantasy novels are like the last redoubt of hacks. And like I made a rule, like I picked up some fantasy literature. I'm like, this is the fucking worst thing. Put it down. I'm never picking this up unless I get a strong recommendation that I really trust. And then some friends of mine recommend a few series to me, and I pick them up. And I'm like, these are fucking awful, and I no longer trust your judgment. And now I will straight up refuse to read fantasy.
My wife is doing a fantasy book that is taking place in Russia, actually, and she's doing it, I think, the right way. And that it's a fantasy that's roughly in the 1800s that involves like guns and stuff. It's a fantasy that's not in a fantasy setting. It's a fantasy that's in a desperate, I would almost say like Balto, Call of the Wilds type setting of Siberia. And the fantasy is a little bit more Pan's Labyrinth. That's a damn good fantasy, by the way. That's proper fantasy. Yeah. Like this is horror. Horror is an underappreciated medium because horror brings out the best of heroism.
Yes. But there's also a real difference to the way these things translate to film versus novels, etc. Like the fantasy works fairly well on film. You know, for one thing, you don't have quite nearly the exposure, you know, to the background and stuff. And like, it's okay if the world's a little patchy. It mostly just needs to work on a vibes level. On a fantasy novel level, you can't escape that most fantasy writers are like zero tier, not at all medievalists. Among other things, and just that they're bad writers. But sorry, I know I'm painting with an overbroad brush, but I'm so mad at this genre.
You know, I wrote a novel, right? And I'm writing more.
I did not.
Luna, send it over. Let's be funny.
Oh God.
I think maybe you change my evaluation of fantasy, but like fantasy works in films. Horror works different in films and in novels. The genre just plays very, very differently. And like even Dracula is an example of this because it's an epistolary novel. It all occurs in letters, journal entries, newspaper clippings, etc. It's essentially a found footage book. But unlike in film where found footage is kind of trashy, it actually really works as a tension building method and for contrasting sources over the course of a narrative. So like works in print, sucks in film.
Yeah, you know what is original Bram Stoker's Dracula? Is that a bit of a found? It's like a found journal.
Yeah,
film of the day, right? So it's I guess it's perspective horror. Let's call it genre. We've got technically 18 minutes left. I'm willing to go as long as you guys want. But the thing I wanted to say is that I'm really interested in having like a short story newsletter that is just I got my presupposition of how I want to do it. I want it to be printed on proper shitty paper, and it has no email. It would have maybe a phone number that goes to a Google voicemail. But you pretty much have to send a postcard to get an issue. And it's just like whenever you want it. I don't even know if I would charge. It's just short.
So you're basically doing like a serial publication, I Love Bees or something like that.
Yeah, I want it to be very fucking weird. And I would start sending it randomly to people that have PO boxes or something like that. Like Lotus Eaters would just get one day, and it's full of like I would have like an old school title page. Sorry for my number of likes. I've been drinking a lot of whiskey. It would have an old school title page that. When I say old school, I mean like 1920s, like Marvelous Tales from the Other Earth or something like that. Just like lady holding a sword with a snake wrapped around her leg and like Conan the Barbarian style pulp. And but inside of it is the most fairly well thought out short stories that there are. Just to rattle off a couple of like off the dome ideas, is one of them would be start out as a very trite dark dystopia, but a character exudes themselves with great heroism and self-sacrifice to try to make to try and fight the powers that be. The powers that be are entirely set up. It's a fake powers that be. It's a fake dystopia. The guy is ascended to the next level of society, where it's like the societies are dealt with by like the stratification of society is pretty much by your virtue, and there are layers above you that you don't know about. So the things that you are not aware of being the proper integrity, right? Like people who are brave, they don't roll over on their comrades, they're fighting the good fight for the right reasons. Essentially they use a dystopia as a recruiting ground for the proper governing body. And then the second phase of the story would be the character who ascended, realizing that this dystopia is exactly how you should treat most humans. And then his heartbreaking conclusion that, like, yes, humanity is quite wicked. And a lot of the stuff he fought for was just exuded by the governing body. And everybody else who's on that lower level deserves to be there. That's one. Another one is a spaceborne human beings coming back to Earth to find it to be almost a prehistoric level of like it's like Africa but minus 30 IQ points, and they have to try and patchwork humanity back together through breeding and culture,
mm-hmm.
and how that's sort of. I'll spoil the ending to a story that doesn't exist. They fail, and they have to conclude that some divine force had ascended man, because man is unable to ascend itself.
That reminds me of a sci-fi premise. I'm like, I have no idea how to, like disclose this in the course of a novel, but like essentially universe is a giant computer, like planets, solar systems, etc. are all running computation. But the system is, universe size, but not lossless. And one of the natural byproducts it produces just as waste over the course of this functioning in like dedicated waste receptacle zones is biological life that culminates in human beings.
We're considered
goes out to the stars and discovers, there's loads of other humans because we're a waste product.
That would be interesting that a computer that's capable of cosmic cognition has cognition as a waste product. Yeah. A little bit. It's a little bit like humans have a lot of waste product that is actual living biological life.
Mm-hmm.
That we are like this. We are like surviving in an untreated pustule of the universe's greater body. And that we just haven't been purged yet. That'd be interesting. Is there a rebellion of the disease? Yeah. Anyways, like this Dracula has taken over the primal carnal nature of humanity, and that its desire for eternal life.
Yeah.
At the detriment of animal, like low, what they call it, like low life.
Yeah.
As well as up to human being, which
I mean, he's a dragon. Like he's essentially like, the what should be the epitome of all the virtues in a twisted and malevolent form. He is essentially like excess where all this virtue becomes vice, and there's no real reason behind it. It's just a waste of talent. Dragons like vampires, like when you dig into the literary symbolism of them, are unambiguously evil. Like there's no romanticizing them. And like, I think, because a lot of vampire mythology since then has sanded down the edges that are in Dracula in this sort of genre maker.
Yeah.
And it's like, this guy's just bad fucking news.
Well, and he wants everyone to be in his own image,
quite
literally, and on his own terms. Like for Lucy, who's essentially an empty vessel for him, and Mina, who he takes time to turn, but he almost goes after Mina in spite of the men who would destroy him. Like she is the trophy. She is a spite bride. Like just a daughter of his, almost like a daughter or wife of a rival. He is now going to claim her as a pronunciation of victory and not of love. So it's all for his own glory.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way, the metaphysics of Dracula are basically like Neon Genesis Evangelion turned the human race into sludge.
Yeah. Someday I'll watch that. Anime fans scare the shit out of me. My brother was a massive anime fan, and he turned into the biggest, fattest weeb ever.
Oh man,
he was a disgusting display of weebery. So it's kind of like Trump seeing his brother die of alcoholism and drug use.
Right.
Like, I am now an abstinent. I'm now anime abstinence. I don't think anime is actually bad. I just like, I have a viability. I have a personal vice that I have a big difficulty in stopping something once I've started it. And anime just goes on forever sometimes. Like so many seasons of, and it scares the hell out of me when it's like I hear that like, oh yeah, Bleach doesn't become good until like season 8 or something like that. I'm like, Jesus,
that's so gross.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm willing to watch a movie, and I don't consider Ghibli to be. I don't consider Studio Ghibli to be anime. By the way, I just consider it to be cinema. But yeah, the carnal nature of Dracula is. It speaks to our own carnal nature, which is undeniable, no matter how perfect you think you are. Right. So I have a lot of trouble faulting anyone for falling to Dracula's, I don't know, tendrils, right? His claws, his clutches. Whether it's Mina, everybody kind of gets seduced a little bit. I think that even, I think even Van Helsing gets somewhat seduced by Mina for like a hot second, or like he's, you could kind of tell there's something going on there towards the last chapters.
Oh yeah. When he's slaying the brides of Dracula, and he's like, he's opening up the coffins and looking at them and like, yep, this is how vampires keep being a problem. How many vampire hunters see these and have their love and have their hands stayed? Like, yeah, if I weren't so resolved, I'd probably be getting turned in a few hours.
Yeah. You need a proper red-pilled slayer to get him. Man, Van Helsing is red-pilled as fuck. I'm just kidding. It's like, also, you know,
I'm telling you.
You also know it's.
Oh,
sorry, good. He's not soy. What?
I said best boy.
A best boy. I thought I said. Oh, yeah, sorry, I said soy. And the reason why I think you like Van Helsing is because he's like sort of knows all of the right things to do at all the right times.
Van Helsing is the one character who has an unforced stupid in this novel, in my opinion.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yes, there is one bit where it's like where the plot meaningfully requires stupidity to go in the direction it does. And I think one of the biggest like thematic layers to this book is honesty versus secrecy. And it very, very much seems to reflect the morality and ethos at the time that that honesty and you know, factual straightforwardness in all things, like truth in all things, is super, super crucial.
Yes.
It is essentially the weapon that allows the crew to defeat Dracula, is the sharing of information and, you know, leveraging a bunch of people who are all aligned. And the one like plot by stupidity is Van Helsing's like, all right, we're going to go get Dracula and we're going to keep it a secret from Mina.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yes.
I hated that.
I didn't see the payoff of that because it seemed sensible to me at the time, and I didn't get to the last half of the last chapter. Does that have like a stupid moment?
Nope. No. It just causes the situation that they're in, which is supremely winnable, to turn bad.
Oh, well, that's yeah. So how does that?
They don't tell Mina what's going on. She doesn't really know, you know, the fact well, she's been bitten. And because they kept her out of the council, nobody noticed that she had been bitten and that Dracula's preying on her.
Right.
Well, they knew, didn't they? Like
actually spying on them.
Well, but that's what. Yeah, exactly. That's why they prompted to no longer tell Mina the plans, and Mina also had the same idea at the same time.
No. This was before that.
Yeah, that was before.
Oh,
So
I
part
see.
of the
Okay.
reason
Yeah.
that
It's shortly
Dracula-
after Lucy's death, after they get the gang together, and they're like, "All right, Mina, you're out of the secrets club," and then not long after that, she begins to be fed upon.
Oh,
and
I see.
they don't find out.
Okay, I
And
understand.
part
So
of
she
why they
doesn't
don't
know.
found out is because they kept her out of the loop, and so nobody noticed, including Jonathan, who wasn't paying attention. He's like, "Oh, she's just drowsy, I guess. Oh, she looks paler than usual," and I'm just like, "You freaking moron!"
Well, he wasn't there for Lucy though, so he doesn't know the signs.
Oh, so he doesn't know that. Well, because it's him and Mina that put together all the notes into one place. That's like finally when they start when they're doing the feverish typing is when they've started integrating. By the way, as a person who's had to transcribe stuff, when you're typing, you're not actually listening. So do not think that just because they've transcribed it, they actually understand what the fuck's going on. Hopefully at the end of the day, they do a reading just to make sure it makes sense.
Right.
But I'll take that back a little bit because they did put it in chronological order, and to put something into chronological, well, I guess there are dates on every entry, so they can just sort it by dates. Yeah, they probably, as a person who's transcribed stuff before, you do not mentally absorb what you're transcribing. You just sort of go into a trance.
Yeah.
And just clickety clack away. So yeah. I don't know what the order of events is, but it wouldn't surprise me if they've typed all that out and then they still didn't comprehend. Harker didn't comprehend what Mina might have been exuding, because it also was a very fraught time, right? Like her friend had just died. They're now hard at work. There's a sanitarium at play. There's just so much stuff going on. And she someone was badgering her about the wedding beforehand. This is a lady who has a lot going on.
Yeah.
So she didn't know. Harker probably didn't know. I cannot. If I knew Latin, I would make up a Latin phrase of this. But I say, forgive those who are ignorant. Is what I would say. Is that you have to forgive those who are ignorant in these stories, or else everyone just looks terrible.
The ignorance doesn't bother me as much as the arrogance with the ignorance.
We're back to Jonathan Harker. All right, let's prosecute it.
No. I was going to think, a lot of the other guys do it, too. And it's understandable to some degree. I know that the Doctor does it, not Van Helsing, but
Seward.
Especially when Van Helsing's like, "Do you trust me?" And he's like, "Yes, I trust you. Okay, we're going to come back in the night and unscrew the coffin." And then he's flipping out. And I can understand him flipping out, but at the same time, it's sort of like, has my friend gone mad? And then even after Van Helsing starts showing him all the stuff, and he kind of admits, "Yeah, there's something weird going on." Then the next morning, he goes back to square one. And Van Helsing kind of calls him on that.
I don't remember that very vividly. When was that? What was the subject matter that he was?
It was right after Lucy's death, and Van Helsing is trying to convince Seward that they actually have a vampire problem, but first Seward needs to understand that vampires are real.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, it is quite fantastical. I think the night at Lucy's tomb, where she becomes mist and essentially goes into a hairline crack of her own tomb. I don't think anybody really believed in it, maybe including Van Helsing until that moment. Right? That's, I mean, seeing her body there and then not there and then back again is quite something. But to see her actually there,
right? Actually using supernatural powers.
That's what I'm saying. Is it actually takes quite a bit to convince people of things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have to have and I think that Bram Stoker did a really good job of showing that stage of revelation. I almost wish there was there's 5 stages of grief. There should be some number of stages of revelation of like,
Yeah.
first there's like doubt, second there's fear, and then like go on from there, right? Like,
Yeah.
what is that actually? What's the sequence that it actually takes? Because Seward, like, what is his sequence? I think it's doubt at first, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And Van Helsing has to pretty much berate him with questions, which is like very funny to me. I thought that scene was very funny.
Yeah.
He's just raving at him like a madman.
And
Fine.
I agree with you. That's one of the things Bram Stoker does really well, and that's one of the things as a looking at it as a piece of art, I really, really like and admire. Like, that is very realistic in how people come to understand, like, changing somebody's mind. Like, even after showing him everything, and then he goes back and decides to doubt him the next day after he's pretty much convinced him the previous day. That's very realistic. It's also very frustrating to read.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, to go back to something you said before, that arrogance. I think that arrogance, what many people will call arrogance, is a man taking a loan of confidence, right? Like, arrogance is a bit of a loan. And if it pulls off, that's great. Your investment is paid off. You can pay back the loan. If it doesn't, then you'll become a laughing stock and you fall apart. A lot of times when men have undue confidence, it's just considered arrogance, but undue confidence is what makes a hero a hero. And unless you see that, and people who don't understand that will see someone become arrogant and then fail, and they will judge that person.
Well,
whereas
I think it's less of that and more of the attitude, but I'm also a woman, so.
Well, it's a sort of attitude of like, we can take them.
Yeah, it's kind of the attitude of we can take them, and then they
have to have that.
Ripped. Or even if they do, they probably sustain a lot of damage. But even then, it's sort of like, it's a lot of
every man
attitude.
It is. I agree with you that it is absolutely a man versus woman attitude thing. Every man who went over the top in World War I had to believe he was going to survive, or else he'd be frozen at the bottom of the trench and unable to move. It took hundreds of years of European culture, tremendous amounts of religious faith to build that level of confidence that someone call it. Confidence and arrogance, by the way, are the same thing. They're under different perspectives. I'm confident I can kill Dracula. Oh, he was so arrogant because he thought he could just go in there and kill Dracula. The difference is always retrospective, I think. That confidence is one that had the rewards and the treasures and the triumph, and then arrogance was always the folly. But they, at the time, as I said before, like, in the moment that they're in, and in the circumstances they are in, from the background they come from, confidence is inseparable from arrogance. You have to take the position of the all-knowing, omniscient, third, like, above it all reader.
No, I disagree, because you can still be arrogant and still win. Well, I guess that is definitely opinions on the definition, but.
Well, I suppose if it's like given as you got a lucky break, I suppose. But I'm saying that, like, confidence and arrogance are not separable in the moment. Like hubris and simple confidence is very difficult to separate. Like, hubris is, I'm going to build a flying machine and then thousands have failed before me. And then confidence is, I've, to my best ability, have prepared for this moment. By the way, best ability. And then it happened to fly this time under me. I happen to be the one that has the right answer. Even like, a lot of the research that goes into slaying Dracula is quite slapdash and very quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy when you consider how much time they spend on a lot of the other stuff in the novel. So they spend pages upon pages talking about, I consider it whining, but the different, like, what's going on and how they feel about it. They go through that in great length until it gets to the end of the book, and then it's just like, and then we kill Dracula. The end.
I'm going to have the axiom now of I like naming laws after people. and my new law is Luna's law,
Mhm.
is that men in times of fear, peril, and up to the moment of bravery is considered whining. It's always whining until they finally take action. Everything up till then has no value. These men are all, like, trying to assign a value to what they're doing and understand themselves. Like the great thing about the Englishmen in this novel is that they are so self-reflective and understanding of their own condition. That's actually the major advantage they have over Dracula, is they understand their own condition and limitations, whereas Dracula is merely learning about them and is not quite understanding of them. Like their ability to know what they're capable of, and the massive laundry list of things that Dracula has over top of them, and then the few things that they have over Dracula is that, like, we are a fellowship. He can't come out during the day. That's like the main 2 points.
Oh, he can come out during the day. He can't transform during the day.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
Yeah. He loses most of his powers during the day.
Yeah.
But you don't really like you see him like man on the street, or like when he's at the zoo, scoping out Berserka, the wolf. You don't see him much during the day, but he can move and act during the day.
Yeah.
Men have a lot of feelings, and when you're going up against Dracula, I do have some allowance for men to have feelings and a tremendous amount of doubts, because I think everything that they're saying is them steeling themselves against the fact that they just want to run away.
Right.
Because that's overwhelmingly what you're going to want to do, and that's why Dracula's persisted to this moment. Mm-hmm. People have wanted to run away, but in this moment, these Englishmen have decided they're not going to run away. They're going to fight.
Right.
And they're kind of, to the part I got to, I only got to I'm up to the first half of the last chapter. Is their plan was to kind of knife the shit out of him. It's like they're like behind a door waiting for him to come home to one of his places, and then they go for the stabby stab. They got like a holy item in the left hand and a mortal item in the right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Harker is just going berserk on him with the kukri.
That's
that is a weird thing. Like what sort of nebbish dude just randomly owns a big Gurkha knife?
A man who's traveled through Budapest. It's like I think it's just, by the way, I think there's a certain level of exotic for exotic's sake.
Yeah.
Because I thought he said cookery knife at first. But it was a cookery knife. That would have been very Sam Gamgee to go at like Dracula with cookery equipment.
That's actually what I thought they said too.
I had to listen to it a couple times. Yeah, it was very weird. The group that we had is a very hodgepodge that's attempting to steel themselves against Dracula, which is, by the way, that force they're still learning about. And their only hope is to learn more about Dracula than Dracula's learned about himself, which is a very difficult thing to do. So they are going in, as I'm saying, like arrogance versus confidence. Like confidence is what steels you to go in there and try it. Arrogance is how far short you fall. Now, I suppose arrogance has a certain... I will give you this. Arrogance has a certain level of, I've got this. It's always going to go well. Whereas confidence is like, fairly certain this is going to go right. I think we've have our best shot. Whereas arrogance pre-declares the victory, which our boy, our guy, who I'm completely forgetting, I keep calling him Vandermills. That's not it. It's some other Dutch name, like a Van Helsing. Van Helsing says, don't do that. Like, don't presuppose victory. So he's the moderating voice there. But yeah, was anybody like really that arrogant though when it came to fighting Dracula? Really?
No.
I think everyone was kind of scared shitless.
Yeah, they were kind of scared shitless. They were kind of really cowardly, but they decided to, pull up their bootstraps and do it anyway for Mina. But it's before that point, before they actually had knowledge of what was going on, that they had a lot of arrogance and a lot of denial. I'm
going to need... Really? Because it seemed like from Lucy, they pretty much kind of understood they were dealing with a horrendous force of nature. Or of demonic nature.
Yeah, that was after they saw her with the child.
Yeah,
I would. Yeah, benign numbers.
I think I'm with. I think I'm with benign number station. Although it's interesting because they do like, yeah, it is a desperate fight, but they're also steeling themselves with courage too. And like it's one of the tonal shifts in the book. You know, because it goes from
so
like
many words. Do they have to go on for that long? I mean, how hard is it to say this sucks, you know, or I got to do the what's right, even though this is what's going on, and God, by golly, it's cold or whatever. Do they need that many?
Question for you: Is this a complaint about the people in universe versus the literary merit of those entries? Because those are two different things. Like in universe, that could be an unreasonable number of words, but in terms of a literary work, that might be good. What do you think?
You're probably right. In terms of a literary piece of art, having that many words is probably good, but as a characterization and someone that's actually writing that's what my problem is that it's the if it was a real person writing that, I doubt they would go on and on and on and on.
I'm going on a headcanon that everybody was like competing to like write the Dracula novel, that they were all like aspiring novelists. It's like aspiring novelists. They're all out doing each other. That's why I'm so reluctant to like turn in their journal entries. Like, shit.
Yeah.
Damn it. He's gonna steal my
Yeah, and I think that's what it is that it's not really a person writing it, and it's a piece of literature. So of course they're going to go on and on. And my theory with writing is that when you go on and on and on like that, it's because the writer himself is having problems getting into the head of the characters. And it's one of my pet peeves if they write like 3 paragraphs trying to get in the head of somebody and try to, in fine-tuned detail, explain what they're thinking. I'm like, that 3 paragraphs can be shortened into like, maybe 1 paragraph or a couple of sentences. And the fact that they've written that much is the author himself is struggling to get into the head of the characters.
Yeah, go ahead, Kalpa.
I would almost. I would push back on that and say like this is
John Javi's here, by the way. Hello, John Javi.
Hey, John V. That this is very much a work of its time, and sort of like we said earlier, like refined Victorians are almost like an alien species to people now.
I want to find the journals of actual Victorians because I know we're sitting here like doing the masturbation gesture, but they might have actually just wrote like this. Like, this might have been.
Why would you do that?
Authentic Victor. Do you know how boring shit is when you don't have the internet or television or radio? Like people would just buy a piano so they could hear music in their house. Yeah, Mina's absolutely a boss. Mina's the best wife. Mina's best wife. Yeah, Victorian journals. There is so much time. There's so much downtime. Turn off except for the purposes. All right, here's a challenge. Everyone who works remotely or whatever, other than working remotely, your actual work, turn off all mass communication. You will have so much time. Either you're going to pick up alcohol or you're going to have a tremendous amount of time on your hands. I wrote like 3 country songs when I was sober and then like taking a time off the internet.
That's why I write novels.
Yeah, exactly. You're writing a novel. They're writing journal entries. Everyone's got which by the way is like the precursor to a live journal, whatever. It's like, yeah, these guys would they would unironically go in prose. I could see myself just making my journal entries in iambic pentameter just to see if I could do it. Like I am just that bored. Yeah, I would do it. I would do a video in iambic pentameter. I might just do it. Why not? It's 10 syllables. Fuck it. Journals, Victorian literature. Yeah, I want to. There are Victorian journals out there. I would challenge anyone who's watching this to go read those, and it would probably be about as flouncy as this. Also, reading some of these journals, like listening to them, I was like, oh, I know this person, which is the goal of the journal entries. I was like, oh, I know a Lucy. She's absolutely just like, oh my, I have ever so much. I don't know what to do. 3 proposals in one day. I am ever so quixotic about this nature. What do I do? I wish I could just marry them all so I wouldn't disappoint any of them. I was like, I know what you're doing, bitch. Absolute gloat. You're absolute gloater. And I was like, I don't like Lucy at first. I liked Lucy better when she was being attacked by vampires. It was like, oh, you know, I was like, I know
the
that.
weirdest thing about the Lucy and Mina thing is how much they said they loved each other, and I'm just like, that's a little weird to me. I know that you're Victorians, but that's a little weird to me. Oh, I love you so much.
As a dude who knows, who has known repressed women in the past, that did not surprise me. The repressed women I knew were in the Mormon church, but like, yeah, he's gonna have them.
I'm just sitting over here thinking, like, you never tell your bros you love them.
Oh, I'll tell my friends I love them, but that's very different from what they were saying, and I'm just like, that's a little. The flouncy language is what gets me. It's that they went in depth of it. I was like, that's a little weird that you wouldn't go in depth and just instead of just saying I love you, sis, or whatever.
It's the only. First off, it's the only flex they really have over letters. Second off, it is a pastime. Like the English language has a shitload of words, way more than is necessary, by the way, for straightforward communication. So what you end up getting is nuanced communication. If you read any vocabulary book, like really good vocabulary book for the English language, and you've been tutored on it, you're going to want to use that language. That language is also a class signifier. There's a lot of reasons to use to speak in certain ways. Even the fashions of the time. If I were to go back to Bram Stoker's time and look at what plays were popular and what books were popular and that sort of stuff, and I would wonder if I would find similar language, because just like you and I would say something that's related to a movie, they would probably say something related to a book. Also, books are the primary entertainment, especially in this era, novellas.
Yeah.
And if you've ever talked to an old ass boomer, all right, I challenge you, talk to an old boomer and see if they start sounding Italian at some point. Like ask them something that's mob movie adjacent, and they will put on an Italian accent, because the entertainment you consume becomes part of your parlance. So if they're reading the kind of novellas, they'll start writing that kind of novella. And then it feeds back, because then the novellas start reflecting the language of the people, which is derived from novellas. So like Herman Melville takes forever to get to the damn point. You just because it's their primary source of entertainment. Like they don't mind spending 10 pages reading about a bench and the carvings in it, because they want to be transported to another place. Like also, these are exotic locations. So I'm sitting there laughing in the first 15 minutes of this audiobook for Dracula, because he's talking about paprika chicken.
Oh yeah,
I was like, damn, this man really likes his recipes. And there's no point to it. There's no payoff.
The trees.
I'm sorry, was that?
Lord of the Rings, how they make the joke about Tolkien describing the trees.
Oh yeah, exactly. So people wanted some world building that didn't really go anywhere. Like back then, I think people would read 10 pages on a tree, just describing the tree, beautiful tree, and it's not a tree they'd ever see. Right? Like it's a different kind of tree. Why does the yew tree have any sort of significance in Bram Stoker's Dracula? I don't know, but that's what it was. Like it was described as a landmark a couple of times.
Yew trees. Yew trees have funerary connotations to them.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, they are the traditional trees that you put in graveyards when you're landscaping them. Right. They're also notoriously long-lived trees.
Tree of the Dead. Look at that. That's really interesting. Kind of want to build some yew trees.
Yeah. The yew tree symbolism actually shows up a lot in T.S. Eliot's four quartets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it's in the last of the four quartets. Wait, the hour of the rose and the hour of the yew tree are one. It's sort of a meditation on the eternal, comparing like in unifying a long-lived tree and a notoriously short-lived bush.
I want to move to a heavy subject on what I got from this book, by the way, in the dialogue and the diary entries.
Okay.
This is really dark because it's a I'm gonna look up the word admonition before I use it. You ever have those words where it's like you want to use them and you're pretty sure you know what they mean?
Yeah.
Cautionary warning or advice, their admonition. Admonition to modernity. It is fairly obvious from the writing of these people that they felt far more than what we feel now. That they empathized far more with others than we do now, to the point where we find it laughable. Us.
Yeah.
And I did this too. Okay, so Luna's not alone. I'm not picking on Luna. Luna's not alone. I did this too. The amount of empathy and the amount of kinship they felt as an alien species is something that we don't have anymore. And when I was reading, well, not reading, but like listening through this, I was like, this describes almost no one that I know, because other than devout Mormons, sorry, like devout Mormons, the ones who've been this way to me. John Javi might be a type of person. She kind of strikes me as I've talked to her before offline and on the gold members. That's hilarious. People are calling themselves gold tier live calls. I was like, caring about people in a deep sense, like their family, and that family meaning anything is actually very alien to us now. And I was kind of looking back to like, damn, this is how people used to feel before. Like, this is a feeling that is so earnest and so pure that I'm glad that Bram Stoker wrote it down. Because I'm like, shit, like I don't feel this way. Well, I wish I felt this way about somebody other than I feel this way about my wife. I write poetry for my wife, but I'm an absolute weird freak who lives in the middle of the countryside and has a tremendous amount of time to be extremely bored. Because I don't get internet signal in the forests that I rove about. I've got a lot of trees to cut down. Fuck trees. It's too many trees. They breed like anyways. What I'm saying is that
they save the planet. Sorry, continue.
Oh, the trees are killing trees. We got tree on tree crime out here, okay?
Oh no.
Yeah. Roots are choking roots. It's bad. Like little baby trees are getting destroyed. No sunlight makes it to the forest floor. And I gotta fell these 50-foot behemoths that would crush me like a glass bottle underneath a tank tread. But yeah, I'm saying, like, if you read through literature from this time, like Edgar Allan Poe, you'll see that I'm sorry, Jahanvi, but some trees got to die. I only go after the diseased ones, though. I try to keep 20 feet between trees. If you look at a really well-kept forest in Germany, that's the kind of forest that every forest should look like, because there's fewer trees means healthier forest. But like, listen to Edgar Allan Poe. People used to actually be affected by the language in that. It used to be very scary. Whereas now we're sort of desensitized and we just want to get to the action. Like,
yeah.
I don't.
Well,
like,
with the Drakula novel, I kind of laughed a lot about it, like just in general. So I had a teacher in high school when we were learning Hemingway, and basically he told us flat out, it's think of it as Hemingway's exercise in destroying everything on the last 2 pages. And it's like, how is he going to ruin everything now? And I know that Hemingway is very effective in one of the, like, to a lot of people, and that they see it and they are really, truly moved by it. And then I would read Hemingway and laugh because that's what I thought of. And I felt the same way about Drakula, where it's so, like, they'd have the horror on the sea, where you have the sea captain who washes ashore dead, strapped to the helm, and the last note that he left, like the last journal entry in his pocket, and then it would move straight back to the romance subplot between Lucy and all of her suitors, and I just kind of like, what is this? You know what I mean?
It is a bit jarring, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and I feel like that's where we feel the humor is how not just how foreign it is, but how abrupt it is.
might have been a bit of foretelling because Lucy had a tragedy befall her as well.
Yeah.
And it's the mood that you're in. Oh, I don't know how people read books back then. I think they read them chapter after chapter. At the very least, they probably read a chapter and then the next day they read another chapter. Mm-hmm. But I mean, a chapter is an end point, right? Like it's an end point of a mood. It's like a different song on an album. And sure, some songs do bleed into the next, introduce the next, and some of them don't. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's yeah, it's kind of weird because there's a bit of a maritime peril in this book as well. It kind of has everything of its time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It has scientists. It has fraught surgeries. It has supernatural horrors. It has a foreigner because globalism. By the way, the English Empire had pretty much invented globalism. The English Empire is a video I want to do. If I had not had family issues, I would have done this one this past weekend. But the English have sort of made a Frankenstein monster they're still contending with in terms of globalism. And industrialism. Still biting him in the ass. And I don't think they recognize that they're the ones who created it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very funny to me. Anyways, globalism, that's why I kind of feel like this book is Dracula is enabled by globalism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be trite or anything, but he kind of is. And that he's an immigrant who's coming to England and bringing his dark mysticism with him and pretending to be English. So he's very much like not upper crust, but he's like invading in a subversive way.
Yeah.
Is it bad that the first thing I thought of is, unlike the other migrants to England, that he's actually trying to assimilate?
He's assimilating in a very sinister way.
Yeah. It's assimilation to accomplish subversion.
Yeah.
I find that subversion is the only difference between the good and the bad. You know what I mean? A lot of times, like sophisticated evil only has that one differentiation, and that's the will of the foreign inside of the common, the native, the indigenous.
Right.
That's why. Yeah.
And what's important too is, like, as sophisticated as the evil is, like as sophisticated as it can, act or seem, the seeming sophistication is instrumental, but the actual like sentiment that motivates it and its viciousness is always there right under the surface.
Yeah, and it's kind of the difference is that Dracula has his own individual agenda. Whereas a proper immigrant, the one you'd consider an ideal immigrant, is trying to do so for the benefit of the country they're joining, right? Like, for my dad was an immigrant to the United States, and then he worked at he went through his schooling and became a CPA, and then he used that skill to essentially do what Doge does now. His job was to find fraud as part of the IRS, so he was busting fraud rings before Doge ever came along. Since 1993. And he wasn't trying to like extract value for himself. Once you start doing that, you start becoming malignant inside of the United States or inside of whatever country you're in. Like for my brother and myself, like my brother's a Navy corpsman right now. And I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. The spirit was willing, but the heart was, or the body was weak. The flesh was weak. So I could not join the Marine Corps. It's like there are people that just go into a country purely for their own benefit. And I know I'm preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
But there's a major difference between those who are sacrificially of their nation versus those who are just there for their own benefit. And when I say sacrificial, I do mean that sacrificial, the Lucy sacrifice, which was of carnal flesh and blood. And then the Mina sacrifice, which was spiritual. And I mean, when I say Lucy and Mina, I mean the men around them, what they were willing to sacrifice for those women. Your nation must be both Lucy and Mina. in a way, those women grounded those men, by the way, which I do feel that is women's role in life, is to ground and give men a flag upon which to defend. Because there's no reason not to run away from Dracula if you have nothing there to defend.
I mean, why would you stay and fight him? That's just kind of... I don't want to call it folly, because defeating Dracula would rid the world of his evil. But I don't think a lot of people would do that for just the sake of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to vanquish evil with no... And you'll see this among... bring Lord of the Rings up again. Like, one of the factors of which the hobbits even bothered with the Greater War was because it could affect the Shire. As I want something that is personally meaningful to you is threatened, then you're drawn into the war. Same reason that the Ents were not at first and then had to be compelled to be drawn in later on. Like, people need a personal stake, and what women provide is a personal stake in greater society for men. So it's very interesting to think of the role of Lucy and Mina. That Lucy is I consider Lucy the carnal and Mina the spiritual because of Mina's actions. To go to the convent, to get Jonathan, to nurse him back to health, to be with him the entire way, to be willing to be the Jesus for him and almost sacrifice herself for his sake, which is very much Mary under King Herod.
Comfort to all the other men who have lost Lucy too.
It's true. They all band around Mina as a symbolic of Lucy too. So it's like the soul. Because everything after that is like very much like everyone keeping Lucy in mind until the very final push. I guess what I'm saying is like the women are the main motivator of the men.
Yeah, it's that basically the Camille Paglia observation. Like, if men could reproduce asexually and had beer and Xbox, like they would live in caves and civilization would go no further.
Yeah, correct.
I think of the joke about the men's room where it's just sort of like a mattress on the floor, a TV, and an Xbox.
Yes.
And like no furniture, no art, no nothing. It's just bare bones.
Yep.
That's to me a life that has not had a woman's touch, because men do enjoy a world that is crafted by women. Women... Now we're transcending Dracula and going into the condition of women and men. Women are usually described as those who are around sacred pools with music and tranquility. You'll sort of see this in the symbolism of previous civilizations, is that women are this calming thing that make the hero almost want to stay, but he must reluctantly move onward. But it is the thing that he wants to return to in the end. That all men's motivations is to maintain the innocence and purity of women's spaces. So it's kind of funny that modern politics kind of plays into this. And men are sort of it's very interesting what men are willing to fight for and not fight for. To bring up current events like the Irina stabbing on that metro train versus Charlie Kirk. More men and women are galvanized by Charlie Kirk, whereas Irina was sort of outrageous, but it didn't have the power that Charlie Kirk had.
Well, they both kind of happened at the same time too. I think it's kind of both together with Charlie Kirk, but definitely Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was so well beloved that it's still kind of hard to imagine that he's gone.
If you look at Martin Luther King in his day, by the way, he was also not very well appreciated. So underappreciation is actually a big part of what makes a martyr. And I made this argument that Irina was a symbol of... Irina is a woman, and women don't like other women as much, and men only sort of see Irina as like a sister or a daughter, especially with her size and posture. Whereas everyone feels that Charlie Kirk deserved defending. And it's an interesting inversion of what people think is worth defending. Because everyone's thinking like, we must defend the beautiful princess. I was like, actually, no, Charlie Kirk's our boy. my whole
Yeah.
theme
I
of like
found it
what
weird
is
too, 'cause I kind of identified with Irina, and I was really upset by her death to the point of
Mhm.
I just got so sick of seeing the videos because it was just painful, you know? But
Yeah.
at the same time, there's sort of a this is just how life is.
Hmm.
well,
It's
sort
sort
of
of like
senselessness?
this is just, you know, everyday life now. You just kind of have to accept that you're going to be in danger on public transport. But with Charlie Kirk, that was kind of a completely different animal. And I think it was to men too, because men so identified with him as being the average man. Even though he was,
Yeah.
well, like as a person, he was way beyond average. He was a very good man.
Yeah, and we only know that in retrospect because everybody kind of made fun of him. The Irina stuff, people would feel outraged, I suppose, but sort of black crime is not unusual.
Hmm.
And it just sort of seemed like a usual moment for our time. So there's a certain
Go ahead, please.
there's a certain confluence of novelty, empathy, injustice because Charlie Kirk was a well-known name.
Hmm.
Like when you woke up the day before Irina died and the day after Irina died, Irina occupied the same level of consciousness. Like she was dead before you knew her and she was dead after you knew her. It was no difference really. You were unaware of her existence. Whereas Charlie Kirk was actually, you were aware of him. He took up some mind real estate and now it's empty. And there was way more cheering after the death of Charlie Kirk as well.
Yeah,
So
that was really inappropriate of them.
Yeah, novelty, familiarity, opposition. There's a couple of factors.
The challenge of the problem, like the problems that led to Charlie Kirk's death are really tractable and straightforward. The problems that led to Irina Zarutska's death are also a lot more ephemeral, and like culpability is way harder to nail down.
Right, that's true. There's also the Charlie Kirk's death has way more tendrils, direct tendrils, not like ephemeral tendrils, but like people who were on, like you could graph and go to specific people. So there's, as Matt Walsh has made famous, is that there's a lot that we're not being told just yet. There's probably a network of these lunatics. So now you get the conspiratorial mind, because there's no conspiracy for Irina. It's just like a psychotic black guy, like another Danding Y, right? Whereas Charlie Kirk, it's like this conspiracy, a lot of red thread going between pushpins of who was involved in what. And as I tweeted about earlier today, like Data Republican had better up her security because she's going to become instrumental in fighting this.
I saw that post.
This is now a forensic accounting exercise. And from the Charlie Kirk shooter, the confidence in the FBI and the confidence of any law enforcement institution to actually investigate is shot.
Yeah.
Pretty well shot.
Well, I thought it was shot before, but now that we have...
now the FBI is a joke.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, like, 4chan did miss, but they didn't miss. They probably get the second and third order connections to the thing. All right, it was probably everyone goading this one lunatic to do it for months. And they all knew about it for months, and they're going to try to disassociate themselves, which is fine. But we're going to reassociate them. Yeah, it's fascinating, like who you empathize with based on the writing and the situation. And to me, it's a miracle that writers can create the events that make you empathize. Right, like for you, Luna, you think a lot of these people's journal entries are really, really whiny. And I'm not going to lie, I skipped past a lot of them sometimes. I was like, all right, let's double speed this. I don't need it. Yeah. But for the people of the time at that time, it was probably really prescient and really interesting and really touching. They're the people who are more empathetic and more sensitive. People of our time are going to have a different take to things, and we're kind of realizing that people of our time are pretty go fast. Let's get on it, right? It'd be interesting to ask Grok to like rewrite Bram Stoker's Dracula
Oh my god. No, please
Please
no.
don't.
Like yeah, make
English
this,
to English translation.
yeah, English of whatever year was it, in the 1910s or something? I forget when it was published.
1890s.
Oh, 1890s, yeah. The best decade on earth, by the way. Woo! America was the best at 1890s. I have a whole video. No, I didn't publish that video. It. I'm gonna make a video on that. That 1890s was the best decade for Americans because it was like right before flight, but like everybody was It seemed like every other Kansas farmer was like a amateur engineer.
Yeah.
And everyone was trying to build stuff. And like this nation of farmers, everyone was very well associated with the tractor. Like we were mechanized enough to democratize a lot of internal combustion and hydraulics and all these concepts.
How much technological innovation happened in bike shops?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm remembering a story my mother told me about when she first moved to where we live now, which is like 50 years ago. And there was an old farmer that lived way out kind of on the border of town. And he had seen from the period you're talking about to the moon, the launch of the rocket to the moon. And like, what a thing to see. Because when he was growing up, it was horse and buggy. And then he saw the development of cars and the airplane and the rocket to the moon.
If they ease up the regulations on automobile manufacture, like I would love it if to certify your automobile for road use, it was just you pull it up to a station, and they do like a 1-day inspection and test drive of it, and that was it. That'd be amazing.
I'd love to build my own car.
Yeah, well, you'd start seeing like old 1920s cars being remade.
Oh,
it'd be amazing.
You could just like customize your own car online and have it like built. Like you take all the different parts and say, oh, you want this sort of front or this sort of back, and customize it and have it built and served into your house.
Yeah.
I mean,
by the way,
but it'd be cool.
I was joking around about doing a poetry analysis of Dracula Flow. That shit's very funny. And I think we'd have to be really drunk to make the most of it.
I think you have to be really drunk to even like cognize what Dracula Flow is saying.
Every once a month, I get pretty well toasted, and I just like lay in bed and listen to Dracula Flow. Like Rome wasn't built in a day, but this Glock was it. I forget what it was. Like, this Glock sure was. There's some. I forget. It's awesome. Yes. Old cars. 1968 Dodge Charger. That's too funny. I am avoiding Discord for a multitude of reasons. Did you guys see? By the way, we're done with the. Are we done with the subject of Dracula? Do you guys want to touch Dracula?
I think so.
Is there anything else you want to talk about with it? Like,
I mean, there's always more, but I think we hit the highlights here.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think we got ourselves a good segue into Frankenstein another time. That one's only 5 hours long, by the way.
Yes, much easier read.
Yeah, it's much quicker. Yeah, it's absolutely. The oh no, John Hanvey looked up Dracula Flow. Don't do it, John Hanvey. Don't do it. Oh no, we're just a bunch of boys being mean, being gross.
I don't know what that is either, to be honest.
Let's talk about Texas and saving the world. What does he do? What does our homeboy do?
Okay, so basically, where are you at currently, so we can catch you up?
Second half of the last chapter.
That's not very descriptive. What's happening in the narrative?
That was like 2 hours of
Van Helsing destroys the brides of Dracula at the castle.
Yeah, all right, let's go with that.
So what is it? Arthur and Jonathan are on the boat. Quincy and Seward are on the horses following Dracula's boat. Van Helsing and Mina go to Dracula's castle. They have to put up like a wafer ring to keep the brides off them. Van Helsing kills the brides.
Mina's turning into a vampire, and she's starting to show signs. So that's also to keep her in the ring, and also to keep the vampire brides away.
Yeah,
And then the vampire brides eat all the horses. I was very sad about that.
Yep.
I didn't get to that part. Okay.
So Van Helsing destroys the brides, and then they pitch up on a hill overviewing the lads catching up to the wagon where the gypsies are taking Dracula, and they get into a fight with the gypsies. And they are able to get the coffin open, and Quincy stabs Dracula in the heart, and Jonathan cuts his head off. But Quincy was injured in the gypsy knife fight and dies.
Yeah. And before he does, he points out that Mina's mark is gone. So he says it's worth it because she's been healed.
That was an interesting thought. Jahanvi, there's a video that argues that one of the themes of Dracula is that the way to conquer evil is through defeating ignorance.
Yep. I would say, like, when it comes to rationality, this book has a fraught relationship with rationality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it very much seems like all these people that are hyper rational are kind of shooting themselves in the foot until they kind of open their minds to the folklore and what the reality actually is.
Yeah, it's a little bit like they have to work together to piece together what makes enough sense for them to take action.
Yeah.
Which is this is in keeping with Jahanvi right here. It's like truth sets you free and ignorance keeps you in darkness. Is that they have to share truth. All mortal truth is incomplete. I think we can agree with that. So that they have to share what little truth they know.
Yeah. It is unambiguously pro honesty.
Yes, I really like that about the novel.
I want to watch the Robert Eggers new film at some point. I was going to do it before this podcast, but I just didn't have time.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch it.
Eggers films are always a good time.
I like the depiction so far that clips I've seen of Nosferatu. Looks pretty awesome. I think the voice is cool. It is sufficiently good.
There's also there's another film that's it's like Curse of the Vampire or something like that. It's a film about the filming. It's got Klaus Kinski.
I remember that one. It had Willem Dafoe in it.
The filming of the film Nosferatu, but the guy that they get to play Count Orlok is an actual vampire.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. I think that one had yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one years ago, and I quite enjoyed it.
I think I saw a review of it on Angry Video Game Nerd a long time ago.
Shadow of the Vampire.
Shadow of the
Vampire. My number station is on it today.
That one did have Willem Dafoe in it, didn't it? Or am I losing my mind? Oh yeah, it did. Okay. Nice. Okay, I want to make sure I wasn't crazy. Willem Dafoe is Max Schreck. I think that's a different. Wait, isn't Max Schreck from Batman? All right, never mind. I'm not gonna worry about it. Someone got gifted Orlok's dong from the Nosferatu. I don't even know what that means. What? I mean, if you're gonna take a trophy from the vampire, then why not? I'm gonna check out the Robert Eggers movie because it looks proper terrorizing. And I really like the person who plays Jonathan Harker. I like that actor in just about everything he's in. He's very good. And the scenes Max. Oh, okay. So I was thinking of Batman, but Max Schreck from Batman Returns is actually a nod to the Max Schreck who played Nosferatu in the silent film. That's really interesting.
Wait, who is Max Schreck in Batman?
Max Schreck. I think it's Max Schreck from Batman. Yeah, Max Schreck. German actor, but yeah, it's an absolute reference. Max Schreck is the guy who plays one of the mob bosses that was it Joker? No, it was the Cat Lady movies. Yeah, Cat Lady killed him.
Never saw those.
I'm gonna put this into. He's in there. He's absolutely in there. He's played by Oh my god! By the way, I'm terrible at names.
Oh, Benign Number Station has you covered. It's Christopher
Walken. Thanks, Benign Number Station. Yeah, it was Walken. Yeah, Christopher Walken played him. Fun fact: when I went to go get my haircut, which I am overdue for a haircut, I literally walked in and then told the lady to give me the Max Shrek from Batman Returns. She was a big enough nerd. She kind of comes off to me as like a trailer dweller lady, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I would live in a trailer in a heartbeat. I'm putting up trailer lots in my property right now so that my people can live here. But like I thought it was pretty awesome because she was totally a nerd and knew about like exactly what I wanted. And I was like, this is awesome. So hopefully tomorrow when I get a haircut on the Max Shrek, check out our. Saturday we're gonna have Samson on again because Samson asked to be on again. I wasn't racist enough to him before, so I'm just gonna have to up the racism now.
Oh no!
I mean, racist, yeah. He's a racist. I think the English people have not gotten their time in the barrel of racism just yet. There's a few more drops to squeeze out. Yes, indeed. Samson will be here. He wants to talk about English and American relations and how Trump can kind of transform things. And since Trump was at Windsor earlier today, to hilarious effect, just mogging everybody. Yep. That's all he does.
Mogging a plate of spaghetti.
We just send him to mog people. It's so stupid. It's the best. People keep saying like he needs to act more presidently. Like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. I want him to be as retarded as possible. It's fantastic. I gotta find the post of Trump eating the spaghetti. Alex, can you find it?
You need to send that to me. I don't think I've seen
saved it anywhere.
He's over there just throwing shade on the royal family. Charles is just like looking at his family members like, yeah, he's not wrong though. He's like, you raised a fantastic Prince of Wales. Good job. Just like screw Prince Harry. He's watching a parade formation. Good for them. Good for them.
I just sent it to you, by the way.
I feel like the English do way too much in my DMs. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. I'll share my screen. Boink. So now I got to go through the subjects here. There we go. And ba-ba-da-booey. There we go. Look how this is so fucking stupid. It's not real, by the way. It's not real, but I want it to be real.
Yeah.
You know what is real though? The Vance balloons. I'm gonna see if I can find those really quick.
The Vance balloons, yeah.
Let's get past this Bram Stoker bullshit. I don't care. Let's go. Medicare right now. Oh yeah, here's Medicare right now. By the way, being called to talk about the Hassan Abi stuff.
Oh my gosh!
A
while back, like I'm glad I now have somebody to make Dracula references with because like nobody I know has read this book.
Really?
But, like a long time ago, I wanted to say like Destiny is kind of a very Dracula-esque figure, including having the child brain thing.
Oh yeah, Jesus, yeah, he's just a thing of pure evil. The problem is he's like Dracula when he's losing his power. Like, you can
He's like the ugly Dracula.
He's like what Dracula?
The ugly, weak Dracula.
Dysgenic Dracula.
All right.
Oh yeah. Common depictions of Dracula, another like Flanderization thing, and how much of it came from the movies. Dracula being like clean cut, like the big features: mustache, pointed beard.
It's true.
You don't usually think of vampires being associated with mustaches. You'd figure it would get in the way.
Yeah, mustaches are kind of weird. A lot of guys can't wear them.
It's a bold choice. Choice. Who does get away with it though is our boy Spherical Vance here.
Yes.
But I love how the universal reaction from the right was that we want this.
Yeah.
Please sell this to me. It's like,
yeah.
Some leftist is going to get a payday because, like, we want more.
Yeah. Wait, it's so funny too how the leftists think it's an own, and we're like, no, this is the best. Keep them coming.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Even the man himself is like, these are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, JD Vance is joking around that Marco Rubio has one more job. It's the host of a late night show. Jesus Christ. This man's keeping up the memes. I think Marco Rubio having too many jobs is a really funny concept to me. He just has too many jobs. He's just angry all the time. Just never smiles. It's like overworked.
Aww.
By the way, if anyone's ever had a business before or had a lot of direct reports with not a lot of pressure, I'm not revealing anything about myself, but there's sometimes employees that you really enjoy fucking with.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, I'm just going to ask you to come in on Saturday. It's like really fun to see. That's super horrible. It's so evil, but there's some. I've known people who are like that. It's like they get mad in a way that's really funny, so that you just want to make them more mad, and it's hard as a boss to like steer away from that. Don't be funny when you're mad.
Yeah.
You sent me a DM here when I. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You sent me a couple of DMs. That's hilarious. One of the 6:01 p.m. a while ago. Yeah, the when you're in a hating women competition and your other competition is other women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I mean, like my mom, for instance, is the worst example of this. Like, she says on a conscious level, like, love women, super girly girl, women are the best. She fucking hates other women, and she's totally like in denial about it. She hates other women.
That's so weird.
It's super common. Like,
I'm not saying it's not super common. I just think that's so weird that she would be in denial about it. Like, I don't hate other women, but
well, I mean, it's a difference between your conscious avowed preferences and your actual preferences. And especially when avowed preferences are a status symbol or status signaling, like being a feminist or whatever, is like, of course you are going to be delusional about.
I do not. One of the things I built this channel on is that or at least I built my entire worldview on is I don't listen to people's professed beliefs. I only pay attention to their revealed preferences, and that will give away their soul. It is also my belief that marketers have the best grasp of human nature than anyone else. They are the varsity team of psychology because it pays them billions to understand how humans think, behave, interact. And
assuming they're doing well, because I've seen a lot of marketing campaigns that have sucked recently and have lost companies millions. Gillette, anyway.
Sure, yes.
Jaguar.
Oh, yeah. God, that was tone deaf.
Yeah, when you pay for bad ones, of course you're going to get the bad stuff. But like marketers, when they're, well, it's not the marketer's issue necessarily. It's that when you start going for the crappy tier of marketers because it fits your ideological preferences of the people who are on your board.
Yep.
Like you specifically decided to buy Ladas.
Yeah.
You decided to buy the shitty marketing. The really good marketers are usually Procter and Gamble or something else of that nature. And
I don't know. Procter and Gamble has shot themselves in the foot a couple times too, but I also understand that their market is a lot of feminists. Like, I don't buy Procter and Gamble anymore, but I know I'm a minority.
Right. Well, I'm saying like the actual proper and I think marketing is probably going to come back into its heyday because regular people are becoming a force. Like, I think people tried to go for the social media buzz, and the actual purchasing power just wasn't behind it.
Yeah.
So marketing tried to go for something. I'm not saying when I say something is the best, I don't mean that it's like flawless. What I'm saying is it's better than anything else you're going to get professionally. Right. A lot of people called it, but a lot of people are just randos on Twitter. The people who are actually like looking through
on Twitter. You're a rando on Twitter. We're all rainbows on Twitter.
Hooray!
Yeah, and we're probably smarter than, like, for us, we're probably pretty smart, but we're not marketers, so we don't get to be in the conversation of who's the best marketer.
Right.
Gillette, to Gillette's credit, they did get their name out there with that ad.
In the worst possible way.
Yeah.
In the worst possible way, but people are probably still buying it. I would wonder if that actually, if the only time it ever backfires is when it affects your bottom line.
Right.
And like for Bud Light and stuff, like people were really calling it way too early. Like they were just looking at in the noise fluctuations to try and justify it. And it was only later on did it show that it actually made a difference.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember like getting very disheartened with right wingers because they were calling it way too early with no evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And then just happened to be the evidence fell with what they wanted. And they turned out to be right. There's no, but the thing is the marketplace of ideas doesn't give you credit for being restrained and correct. It gives you credit for making wild predictions that turn out to be true.
Yeah.
And then burying the predictions that are not true. So,
yeah.
Yep.
But like, when I say like market researchers, I mean like 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s era, like not madness era.
Right. Edward Bernays era.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, like the people who are proper psychologists. They could sell you something.
I don't know that Bernays was like a proper psychologist so much as he was just really freaking good at reading people.
Well, he's sort of the street smart version of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what they sold women is pretty, man, boy, the
cigarettes, the color green,
really.
Yeah.
Did women get into the green?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like eco stuff, or like green as in like
no, wearing the color green.
Wearing the color green.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Cars, yeah.
Nice color. I'm sorry.
Is green a psyop? Is what you're saying?
Green is historically in and out. Bernays worked very hard to make it be back in.
I'm of the belief that a lot of what women like is entirely what they're told to like. Social pressure plays a massive part in telling women who they are.
I mean,
it's not controversial either. I'm just trying to word it carefully.
It's true for men too, but I think generally, yes. Generally, women drive men's desires, and women's desires are driven, I think, more thoroughly by mimetic desire.
Yeah, I think there's a certain like cuck era of men who would follow women. The Beatles is a big example of that. But I do think that women usually follow men into men's spaces. Like if a guy was to create a secret society, like the Order of the the Order of the Boar, or Order of the White Stag, or something like that. Like if it got fairly popular with the men and every man wants to join it, women would want to flock to it as well. Yeah, so there's a certain push pull, and guys usually will follow mass communication that sort of gasses up, like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. But on a local level, the girls want to be where the guys are, especially the good guys, like the strong guys. And if there's like I'm a big fan, I'm a big proponent of men's clubs and men's secret societies.
I think they should have their own spaces.
What's that?
I think they should have their own spaces, and women should have theirs. Build a community. My thing is that it should be free, so guys aren't spending exuberant amounts. I mean, you can put some money into it, but you don't want to bankrupt the family. But
one of my superpowers when I was in university was I was a society builder. I was able to just from clay build a men's society. And I got to tell you, like it ended up becoming 50-50 men and women. Despite the fact the university was like 90-10 men to woman ratio, because it was an engineering university. But most women wanted to join. It was entirely personality driven, and people wanted to be me. And I had tremendous disdain for humanity at that point in my life. I will do a podcast with Cosma. And Rudy, you're an engineer too, though, but like you might have a lot to weigh on this. Studying engineering, I had a tremendous disdain for the normal person, the lay person. So like,
we talked about this a bit. Yeah,
I would love to talk about the Mechanicus as a construct of fiction.
Yeah,
because like I actually hate the lay person in a lot of ways, but I also like begrudgingly have to help them. And just like Jesus, I'm like, you're not worthy of my help, but it is my duty to do so. Even to my death. It's like my last words are going to be like, it wasn't worth it for me. It's like this is not reciprocal relationship. Because of the amount of sacrifice required to become technically, according to the IQ chart, it seems like philosophy is similar.
Oh, sorry.
Are you having a flashback? Sorry, I'm just gonna finish that statement. It was like according to the IQ chart, the philosophy people like Cosma, similar boat of like how much work it goes into, and you said that people go insane. Very much the case of engineering. There was some definite suicide says that were trying to happen on the campus.
Oh, there was a couple in my school too. Like there was one guy. Oh Lord. Okay, so like my junior year of college, one of the guys in one of my classes committed suicide, and basically the teacher, and the reason why is, number one, they had a ridiculous amount of homework in every single class, and they required you to do at least 75% of it, even though it was like 10% of the final grade. And the reason they required it is because a lot of people skipped the homework and just studied for the tests and were actually doing better than the people that did the homework. Because we were so exhausted because you don't sleep and you don't socialize, you just work.
Because of the nature of the language on this channel, I fear we will never be monetizable.
Sorry.
I don't ever want to be monetized. No, I don't give a shit.
But that was
I don't trust anyone that doesn't make their own money. Everyone on YouTube whose paycheck, like their livelihood depends on YouTube, is a prostitute, as far as I'm concerned. So
but
yeah,
kind of like the turning point of my going through college was the suicide of that one guy, because all the teachers I remember one of they were kind of together, and they came into the class to give a thing of, if you need help, you need to, go to a psychiatrist. And my first thought was that I envied the guy who killed himself, because I wouldn't have the courage to do that, and he must be at peace. And then when I realized what I was thinking, I was just angry. Especially because the first thing they teach you is how to solve problems. Like, we're engineers. We're supposed to solve problems. And you guys are not addressing the problem. The problem is you and the system that is causing us to, stress ourselves out to the point of wanting to die.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember talking to my church about that, and my church not even wanting to hear about it.
Yeah. Oh God.
Bunch of bastards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was angry for 3 years.
I was angry for zero amount of time because I was part of the system that so I engineered my GPA to be like 3.0 exactly. I was a 3.075 because that's what would get past HR. And then I had a lot of projects. I just do nothing but projects. And I was one of the men on campus, most everybody knew me. And women found me intimidating because I was going from place to place fairly at a clip. Mm-hmm. And I was not someone who's pleasant. I was absolutely imagine if Dwight Schrute mixed with Tony Stark.
Oh Lord.
And that was what I was doing. I was doing everything from race cars to rocket ships back then. Yeah. Very busy. One guy was telling me about all of his problems, and I said, if you don't have something that's worth it, then just get out of my face. I don't want to hear about it. Go find your purpose and get out of my I was very I would usually joke around about it. Like, someone would tell me that they're really despairing about something, and I'd tell them to go jump off the Hereford building, because the Hereford building was one story. And you just sort of land in the shrubs. Mm-hmm. I was not a nice person to talk to when you're in that mindset. I basically just put it to you of is this worth it or not? I went to the therapist because the school told me I had to, or I'd be expelled at one point, because I was just kind of an asshole. I went there and it was a bunch of frou-frou bullshit with vibrating crystals. I was like, all right, I'm going to tell you what you want to hear and I'm out of here.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Yeah, the quality of psychiatry is really shit. I would have rather just talked to an older engineer. Yeah, no, the therapy did not help at all for me. I had to go. I was in like my 12th year of marriage before I finally found out my problem was I just need to slow down. But the problem is like with this economy and with education the way it is you kind of have to be a psychotic like maniac,
yes,
to get to a point where you can finally relax. And to me, my problem was I didn't know when I could finally relax.
Oh, Lord. I'm thinking about like all of the people that were like getting drunk after tests and like doing drugs, and the one chick who would like during a test run out the room and go vomit in the trash can.
Now I'll give some credit. I never got too nervous about tests because I kind of figured it's going to be what it's going to be.
I didn't either, but
yeah,
just hearing a woman vomiting behind the classroom. Yeah.
I would have, knowing myself at that time, I would have just walked by and said skill issue.
Yeah, I probably would
was a
too,
fucking dick.
It was really nice.
I didn't care if they were nice. I met the nicest. I was mean to the nicest people you ever meet. I was a really awful person. And I say it with a smile because it was very funny at the time. But I was very much like, you couldn't hack it, then don't bother me. But I was able to. It was kind of criminal. I was able to earn the admiration of my peers entirely through my output and my was potential versus anything that was actually a good quality of mine. And it made me kind of hate them because like nobody cared about me being a good or bad person. They just wanted me to be useful.
Was it worth it? Was it really worth it?
Hard to say. I enjoyed what I did quite a bit. I was, I think I designed some 50 circuit boards before I was out. Within the couple of years I was doing it, and I'd launched hardware into space.
That's cool.
I was focused, and I wasn't on any drugs. I tried Adderall once, and because a roommate gave me a pill. And I tried it, and I said, this turned me into a zombie. I didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather just hate myself and force myself to do the work than like lose my ability, my creative edge.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
Yeah, creativity is the root of what this is.
Lord, I remember failing one of my classes because one of my professors couldn't figure out what I did. And when I explained it to him, he's like, you're a genius. I also can't pass you.
Hey, 1 second. I did not check on my distiller this entire thing. It's been 3 hours. One second.
Okay.
We're about to hear a boom from the other room.
Oh, Lord.
That's
Would it be bad if I laugh?
It would be.
My loving wife swapped out the beakers.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
The mason jar was nearly full. Although I didn't taste any. Oh, let me go taste it. Because we might be over the hearts and it's now to the tails. And I need to stop it before it starts getting toxic.
Okay.
All right. Just talk amongst yourselves. Sorry.
Didn't that used to be a thing though? Like moonshiners would die all the time in still explosions.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It was like always made me a little leery of it, but I guess you just have to be like paying attention and not drunk the whole time yourself, right?
Yeah. But how do you not get drunk? It's moonshine.
This is nearly pure alcohol. And I've got 2 cubes of oak in it. Yeah, luckily my wife swapped out the beakers, so we're good. And we're still in the hearts.
Woohoo!
Yeah, you just if it tastes like a sweaty sock, then you're not making good alcohol anymore. And if you drink it, you will. Well, I've heard that you will go blind. But
oh, brilliant!
Yeah, it's methanol. It's what you want is ethanol, I think.
Right. Yeah.
But there's a couple other, methanol and something else. I forget what it was. Not good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You can use it to strip paint, though, if you want. Just don't drink it. I get a proper copper still this winter. What I want to do is get a stainless steel still that has a copper piping at the top. Because what the copper does is it kind of cleans out a lot of the sulfides. But you can also just stick a copper wool in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that'll do the same thing. It'll become like a reflux still at that point. But yes, I've chilled out a lot since engineering. I'm now very jolly. I don't think engineering. I don't think any of these college degrees need to be as hard as they are. Like medical, to me, the medical degree, like the residency, is just a hazing ritual that was derived from a Johns Hopkins professor who was on cocaine. I was like, there's no reason for people to have to not have sleep. Like, why are you not getting sleep while you're treating patients?
And that's like the last thing you want to happen is to be treated by a sleep deprived doctor.
Yeah.
Like, that's just not good.
It's the I hate the Puritan nature of America. Like the puritanical nature. What I feel like we're going through right now in the culture war is the Scotch-Irish mindset versus the Puritan mindset. Whereas the Scotch-Irish are very much, or Scots-Irish is very much like, I'm not thinking about that hard. You're evil. Screw you. Whereas the Puritans are making this, like I said in my video before, is that they're making this Tower of Babel of morality that they're now beholden to, and they cannot deny it, any part of it. So they have this massive intellectual territory that is unassailable. And if you attack any of it, you attack all of it. So it becomes a society of taboo. It's a little bit like a. Okay.
Sorry, I wonder how much of it is people who've gone through the crucible versus people who haven't. Like people who have lived and gone through serious struggles versus people that are just bored.
Yeah, there's a lot of bored people that don't know life. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially like the anti-porn, anti-video game people. I'm like you were essentially outlawing every man on the planet who has internet access.
Because
like, can you differentiate at all? Like, as people are pointing out, that the VR chat, like furry stuff, is way more destructive than Call of Duty. For God's sake.
Yeah.
Right.
And like wanting to see some, wanting to see some boobs in a Playboy is not the same as like weird furry pedophilic stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
I actually knew people that were into that stuff, and it's gross. But
kill them. I'm just kidding.
I don't want to talk about the pedophilia.
Unmonetizable. I'm not going to pull out a sound bite on this.
No, that's going to open up memory holes I have left closed for years.
You should check on those people.
No, I wonder if it's like people that, I feel like there's a lot of that, people that don't understand life and they haven't really struggled that much, so they don't really, because they talk about people who really grow up when they have kids, or they really grow up when something happens.
Yeah, I hate that shit. Like, you never had a presence of mind to think about the greater health of society until you've had kids. It's like, there's something wrong with you, man.
Yeah, I know, and I find that really strange, but I wonder if it's, really a thing of people who have, gone through, like I said, gone through the crucible and have really sort of grown up and have started to understand life, and they can set things aside for the greater of humanity, versus people who are just haven't done that. Because
I was saying, I'm sorry, good.
I was going to say, I feel like that's a lot of the issue with a lot of, I was going to say a lot of women who are just kind of bored and petty and do stupid stuff and are like self-sabotaging. I'm like, have these people actually accomplished anything worth doing in their lives?
No.
We've created a bit of a... Okay, so I'm going to... Oh, man, can I get racist? And it's my channel. I'll do what I want to. It's my channel, and I do what I want to. I want to get racist and misogynist all in the same one. A lot of society is built on the backs of white men, and Asian men are an interesting thing because Asians are kind of the high conscientious fill-in for the destruction of the degeneration of white people. Like, usually you'll see like an orchestra have a bunch of Asians in it, despite the fact that it's white inventions that have to be then maintained by Asians who really respect it and enjoy it. Right. So that's functional. That's somewhat functional. We don't like it, prefer. I'd love it if white people were doing great and had great jobs and had a really good reason to study for an exam that would then get them a raise their job. I know that doesn't really happen. Like there isn't some exam you can study, get a qualification for, put it on your resume, and then get a really nice salary bump. But I wish that world existed. But like a lot of the people in society have been coddled. Like you'll see like a lot of black women, as we've all talked about, got fired when the DEI stuff went away because they're just bullshit jobs. A lot of women in the corporate world, I don't know how prevalent it is, but like in Silicon Valley, it seemed like a lot of them were just corporate pets.
Yeah. It's essentially a kind of daycare program for them.
Yeah. And then the problem is that's why I'm very assertive about the value of men in society is that men are essentially the origin for most of the actual value. Women are very good at organizing that value, but very few women do it. Luna, you're the one who's the very few who's good at organizing it. So they have a place. Like, and that was the thing is, women have always been in the workforce.
Yeah.
Even in like the great mythical 1950s, which everyone just jacks off over, but it's like that was one decade, first of all. But second off, women did work back then.
Yep. Yeah, even if like your early 20s, there was kind of an expectation that you would, because you got to keep a roof over your head and shit while you're waiting to meet a husband, if that's your life path.
Yeah, and I always ask these traditional guys of like, okay, you don't want to help your wife with the dishes. If you lost your job, would you like your wife to help with the mortgage? You probably would. So maybe you should help with the dishes. It kind of is fill in when you can. For me, I've been able to keep the mortgage paid, so my wife doesn't have to step in. She's totally willing to.
Well, my thing is that, like, if your husband dies, men are more prone to do stupid shit. I'm sorry, you're more risk averse.
On average, which, by the way, average is the most bullshit number ever invented. Average might as well just mean stereotype.
Yeah.
You're lumping me in with people who do windsurfing and like cliff diving.
Still, like, guys are more likely to die early, even if it's just from, heart attacks. So if you're not thinking about, if heaven forbid I have to defend my family and die, will my wife and children be okay? That's a real concern. And if you don't have enough money saved that she never has to work a day in her life, then she's going to have to work to provide for those kids when you're gone.
Wait. When are you thinking guys are going to die?
For whatever reason. It's just, okay.
No, you said average. Tell me what the average is. It's in your 70s.
Really, it's like 5 years earlier.
Okay, this is kind of something that was passed down from my grandmother who lived during the war, and we didn't know if Grandpa was going to come back alive from the war. And so it was a thing of, because we don't know if my grandmother didn't know if her husband was ever going to come home, she actually got a job as a nurse and was able to take care of the family. And that's why we thought it was really important that women learn a skill, so that if heaven forbid, for whatever reason, your husband dies, that you can, do a real job instead of having to sell yourself on the street. As a lot of people like to joke about with a lot of the post-apocalyptic stuff.
Yeah. That's pretty mitigatable, I think. If I died, I have a health insurance policy that's pretty good. I also have some savings, but if my wife wanted to, she could probably become an electrician pretty quick and mitigate all that. I understand your grandma had a situation, but that's like not necessarily the situation now.
Yeah,
I understand.
My mother also saw a lot of people whose husbands died pretty early, but like I said, she's in her 70s now. So it was very much a lesson that was given to us, her daughters, and she made sure that we learned an actual skill. So that's part of why I went into engineering. There's 9 of us. I have 8 older siblings. 9 are girls, 3 are boys, but we have 3 engineers, 3 physicists, and one guy that's in computer science, one girl that's a tax law, and then one girl who is in paralegal work. So
well, you got a big family then, right? Like that's what normally you should have, and that's your fallback, right? I'm sure that if someone's husband died in that family, they wouldn't be selling themselves in the street. They'd probably just become a ward of a sibling, and then a financial drain for a temporary amount of time for somebody to then allow them to retrain and then get into the workspace.
Yeah, but at the same time, we weren't like all of us weren't in the arts, if you know what I mean. We actually went into real hard skills.
That's fine. I mean, like, what I'm saying is that if you have guys who are in the hard skills, I mean, I'm not against ladies being the hard skills if that's what they want to do. I just think that ladies should be free to do what they want, and the family is what facilitates that level of freedom.
You're right, but I also don't like a lot of my family, so.
Well, nobody likes a lot of their family. If it wasn't the bond of God in the womb, right? Then we probably wouldn't want to talk to each other. But
anyway,
I have eminently likable family. I don't know where this is.
I like the thing is members of my family are absolute pain in the ass to deal with, but the fact that we're family makes it. There's one thing we could agree on, even if it's just like grilling hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, we're gonna grill some hot dogs. Of the family, I'm the one who drinks the alcohol. I may be an alcoholic. We'll find out. I can usually go without it if I need to, but like, I'm the one who is the high earner, who is horrendously irresponsible, and flashy. I got a brother who is a Navy corpsman, and was it a CT scan tech? That's what he does in the Navy and with the government. He's way more straight-laced, sober, responsible. Mm-hmm. I got a sister who is irresponsible that we're trying to wrangle in. And I've got another brother who I basically just beat into submission until he got a proper job as a garbage truck driver. Mm-hmm. I was horrendously mean to him. I was just absolutely cutting his balls off. It's like, did you apply to the job? Did you accept the job? You have no other jobs except the fucking job. You got an acceptance letter. If you don't accept that job, I'm going to drive to your house and punch you in the face in front of your children. I swear to God, I'm so done with your bullshit. That's literally what I had to do. I had to and then he got the job and he's like, I really like this job. I was like, yeah, no shit, you like the job. I know you fucking like the job. It pays money. That's all a man needs. And he's able to, it's a really early morning job, so he's able to get home before his children get back from school. So I was like, well, that's kind of nice.
That is a big bonus.
I was like, seriously, if you don't take this job, I'm going to drive there and punch you right in the face in front of your kid. I'm going to point at your kids. I'm going to say, listen, this is what happens when you don't listen to Uncle Alex. Punch the balls over and over again. I weigh 270 pounds, 6 foot tall. I have a 36-inch waist. I will fuck you up. I'm going to fuck your dad up right in front of you. I'm so sick to take the job. You're a garbage truck man. He had another job offer from Chick-fil-A. I was like, if you don't take that Chick-fil-A job, I'm going to lose your mind. The uniform changes, but Uncle Alex's demeanor doesn't. Mm-hmm. I will beat your ass until you get to be a proper role. I hate doing it. I'd rather just be jolly. I want to just live my Tom Bombadil lifestyle, but everyone's fucking retarded and doesn't know what's good for him. I have a sister who's getting a divorce from a guy who allegedly was physically hitting her kids. And I was like, listening to what she was saying, and I was like, that just sounds like he was spanking them. But listen, I'm not going to tell you how to run your house. But I will tell you to stop being a retard and going out every night and going partying and actually take your kids out someplace because your kids are becoming maladjusted. I have to have that conversation this weekend when I go visit my dad who just had a stroke. It's like, fucking hell, I hate being.
I'm sorry.
I am the stapler. I'm stapling muscle to sinew at all times. No, it's fun. I don't know. I like it. I kind of like being a dick. But at the same time, I'd like to just chill. But that's with my wife. That's my special time with my wife. I'm just hanging out. No expectations. No judgment. It's all good. I'm going to make a video on husband-wife relations that I think is going to be pretty interesting pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not anything what anybody thinks. I think there's just too much pressure in families. This like thing where the wife has to work is really disastrous.
Yes, it is. It is creating a lot of problems.
Yeah, Luna, what do you think about that?
Well, I mean, it's a weird situation for me because I don't actually have to go into the office to work, and my work has periods of time where it's really stressful and other times where it's pretty laid back. I don't mind working if I was in a marriage, and I feel like, that's just more money on the table. But I also am not married or have a boyfriend, so, I mean, fat load of good that is. I mean, if I was married and had, like, a child, like a newborn, and was sleep deprived, that may be a very different story.
We just gotta like get a doctor to fuck your eyes up so that like ugly dudes are just like the same blur as good looking dudes.
Wait, what did you say?
I just said we gotta get a doctor to fuck your eyes up so that ugly dudes are the same blur as good looking dudes. There's a lot of ugly dudes out there. Oh, remember when people used to get married from pen pals? Wouldn't even see each other. They'd like put ads. Oh shit, this is in the old vault. I had a video that I wanted to do about Sarah Plain and Tall. That like this is actually the proper like, and she was going to be a contrast to Jane Austen. This is actually with the average. This is the proper female experience. Just because like you got her in the mail. It's like just sort of desperation making a family work. Versus like me, sort of picking from some plinth a man who is almost like from heaven or whatever it is, like some great man. It's like, no, most men are horrendously flawed, and only through marriage do they improve. When you're already married, women will want you. Like 10 years into marriage, that's when all the women are throwing themselves at you. It just is what it is. Because the thing is, your wife, if you properly work with your wife has crafted you into a man who's appealable to her, right? And women aren't that different from each other. So it's like for me, there's no other woman than my wife. For lesser men, they're like, that's why you get this sort of 7-year itch or beyond desire to cheat. I have a really low. By the way, women, do not overlook men who have very low opinion of the average woman. Like misogynists make good husbands because they're like, I don't want to be with any other lady than this guy, or I don't want to be any other lady than the one I married. I married the last. The appropriate attitude of a husband is I married the last good woman on earth, in my opinion. Cosma has completely frozen out. Are you still with us, Cosma? He did. He did.
Hello.
That avatar is fantastic, by the way.
What?
That avatar is fantastic.
I just used whatever AI hot pot thing and threw it together. Maybe I'll change this my profile picture on X to this.
Yeah, sure. Why not, man? Like, benign number stations, veterans from World War I. Wars are really good indicators of a uniform value. You know what I mean? Like a war ensures some level of quality. But we can't always be at war. And if you understand the standards now, being married to an enlisted man is not the same as it maybe used to be.
Yeah, it's very different.
Yeah, you don't want to be a barracks wife. A base wife. Oh, it's basically trailer. It's basically trailer people who are undercover.
I have some stories about that whole world that are do not recommend.
Yeah, like what actually makes a good man? What is a good man is so fleeting and bizarre that you just have to mine. Like you're like a panner in the old gold country where it's like you're just panning and eventually you're gonna find the nugget and just take that and go home. You know, it's you're gonna have to sort through a lot of bullshit. Ladies who overthink it and men who overthink it have lost their minds. One lady on X was saying that she was using statistics. I don't like statistics because statistics are too muddy. It gives you a single number for a very nuanced situation. and her numbers were saying that, well, men usually marry within their educational bracket. And I was like, well, no shit. Why do you think that is? Because that's the only women they're it's just exposure time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you're a lady who has no education and works at the on-campus coffee shop, are you getting as much exposure time as other women might be to this guy, to all the different guys that you want, right? So it doesn't indicate the methodology. It just indicates the phenomenology, and you have to derive from the phenomenology a methodology that will then work, right? Like if you said that, like, well, most fire, imagine you're prehistoric. Well, all fires are begun by lightning. Or might as well just not rub any sticks together, right? Because we're just going to wait for lightning. Is that what's going to do? We got to go to college to find a husband. Bullshit. It's like you have to learn what the phenomenology derives into methodology.
Get an MRS degree.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
maybe get a cheap degree at the same college as really good men, or just be on campus. I don't care. Juggle.
Really good men go
Do
to
face
bad
painting.
colleges?
Sell popcorn. I'm sorry, what's that?
I said, do good men go to bad colleges?
Do good men go to bad colleges?
That's what you just said.
Good men can sometimes go to colleges that have very inexpensive degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now we're talking about dating strategies. I don't know. We got from Dracula to this, but that's what I'm saying.
I don't know how we got to there either.
Well, what I'm saying is that the statistics are not a good thing to go by.
I gotta figure out what Lucy did to get 3 bangers.
Be extraordinarily hot.
Yeah.
I failed. No.
Man, I don't know. I roll up with my big old gut into a Cracker Barrel with sweatpants, and waitresses are asking for my number, so I don't know the fuck I'm. You just swagger. For men, it's just swagger. It's like, are you confident? Because right now, I don't know if you know about the dating pool for men right now, is that there are a bunch of betas, a bunch of Gen Zs. We're like, oh, I gotta be 6 foot tall and make 6 figures. Boo-hoo. It's like, no, almost no women marry a guy who's rich. It's very rare. They're usually trying to like grab
a lot of men gotta get over it. Like particularly Gen Z men. Like, no, we're kind of at like a New Deal like level program where like you have to have a blue-haired wife.
Oh shit!
Like for the good of the civilization, government provided husbands for leftist women.
Oh no! Oh no!
No. All right, what you do? Okay, so my strategy, by the way, Jesus,
this is like the this is the later male version of the sleep with the creepy kid, so there's not a school shooter.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you something. Geography makes a big difference. So if you can afford a motorcycle or some sort of means of conveyance to go on a road trip, I highly suggest it. It will broaden your horizons and restore hope. Living in Tennessee is pretty great.
I live near Tennessee, so I can agree.
Living in Maryland was an absolute black pill in terms of women, because you have these like absolute skinny, like no buccal fat, sort of obnoxious goth girls working in the coffee shop who wouldn't give you a time of day. And I'm like, I don't have time for this crap. Like, I don't need this.
Big cities are a crazy maker. Like,
yeah.
Like they drive people insane.
You only need to catch one fish.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, go out there and look. There's one fish out there. So all these guys who are using statistics, anybody who uses statistics is destroying their ability to date, because the statistics are always bad. If you look at like 1950s women's guides on how to get a man, it is horrendous shit. Like, go through the obituaries and wait for a woman to die who has a husband, and then go find the husband. Like, level of crazy shit.
Damn, that's grim.
Yeah, it is.
That's bad.
It's called the Good Wife's Guide. It's real.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord.
Hell yeah.
Oh.
I mean, although that methodology like does Hold on, they might be onto something. Yep.
Those women know what they're talking about.
It does reinforce that, like, if a lot of it is like women vetting men. If you want a good man, look for one that a woman has already said yes to.
Yes. Steal.
Maybe that's my problem. The rules for ladies dictate that I'm not allowed to do that.
I mean, you don't have to. You just have to recognize a prospect, right? Like, I've dumped women for saying this, but like, looking for men who have potential is really important. And the only two qualities you really need in a man, this is controversial, but I'm going to say it. The only two qualities you actually need in a man are: is he able to adapt and change, and does he deeply care about you? That's it. Because if he's willing to adapt and change, you see all the time of dudes who lose a ton of weight. Usually that's after a divorce. That's not good, right? He was mistreated. I mean, you see this men do go through transformations. I could not touch my toes for most of my life until my wife said, hey, let's go to the gym. I think it'd be good for us. And I was like, kind of like injured a little bit with my ego. And I was like, yeah, you got a good point though. And I went. And then like 2 years of stretching, no joke, 2 years of stretch. It took 2 years of fucking stretching. And now I can, like, if I work at it, I can put my palms on the floor. And I was like, that is a microcosm of all the other things. Can he be gentle during bad times, right? Is he taking care of himself? Is he brushing his teeth? Like, you could be a man who is an asshole and bad, like he reacts badly to stuff. He doesn't brush his teeth. He is not necessarily gentle. And he could change all of that. But if he cares about you, he will change that stuff. And is he able to change? One of the big indicators is he willing to cut out a bad habit? Right? Like, one of the things I did to like get my wife back when we're on the outs was I stopped drinking for a while, which is really difficult for me because drinking is a lot of fun if anyone ever drinks.
I can't drink, so
I'm gonna share my screen, by the way. This is hilarious. I got the Good Wife's Guide up and ready to go.
Oh Lord, I'm afraid.
By the way, one of the things on this thing, I actually had a discussion with my wife about a long discussion with my wife of like why you should not assail your husband with problems as soon as he gets in the door. And it took a little while to get it through. It was like an hour of discussion for me to like get her to accept. It was like, just wait an hour before you dump on him. Just give him a minute to like relax. But it's like women will think like, oh, so I'm not allowed to tell him about my problems. I'm just supposed to. It's like, no, you're being aggressive. Any woman who thinks that, like, you're being aggressive. Just give him like an hour or two to like take his shoes off, get his ass in his chair, watch one episode of what's that one sheriff's show? Andy Griffith. Yeah, watch one episode of Andy Griffith. And then you can dump about how your sister-in-law was saying some mess. Yeah, have dinner ready, plan ahead, even the night before to have a delicious meal. I do this, by the way. Most men are hungry when they come home. If I just look up the word come home, or just like home, nah, that's not it.
Oh my God.
All right, no, this is not as much, but this is not the full thing. Prepare yourself, take 50 minutes to rest, so you'll be refreshed when he arrives. In other words, just like make him arriving home an event.
Wait, are these sidebars like sections in the book?
These are points. I have to
No, on the right. There's a racism section.
No. This is the website.
Oh, okay.
Website size.
I was gonna say that is not what I expected in a life guide.
Yes. If he's boring, I would actually caution, like, you just feel him out what kind of day he had. He might have had a crazy day and he just needs like stimulation reduction. Clear away the clutter. Okay, so keep a nice house. Oh yeah, this is not an issue anymore because we have air conditioning, central air. Prepare the children. Take a few minutes to wash children's hands and faces. Yeah, children are gross. It's probably good to him not get like toddler grime on him. Children are little treasures, and he would like to see them playing the part. Minimize all noise at the time of arrival. Basically, as soon as what she's saying is when a husband gets home, he's a little bit volatile. You don't know what's going to happen. And it's good to be prepared for that. Be happy to see him. You may have, all right, here's the one. You may have a dozen important things to tell him, but the moment of his arrival is not the time. Let him talk first. Remember, his topics of conversation are more important than yours. A bit curt. But what it's saying here is that he's probably had a lot more stress. Maybe the ladies had some stress too, but that shouldn't be usual. I think good men naturally want to make the wife's life easier.
Yeah.
Like I went through a lot of lengths, by the way, to reduce the amount of chores in here. I gave my wife full license to buy like a $600 like automatic cat litter robot, just giving her some shit, but like it's pretty good. It's from Japan. And we have an automatic floor mopper and sweeper that goes through it every day. Because I just noticed that she was spending a lot of time doing stuff. She also like had issues with the washer and dryer, the laundry machines. And I went and sprung for a Speed Queen. That was like a big fat chunk of money. I was like, it's worth it for me to not. It's like the guy has to deal with external stresses. Like if your corporate job is going to just dump on the dude, whatever it's going to dump on the dude. And the thing is, the lady is supposed to be a refuge from that. And if she's stressed at the same time as the guy, that's not a good dynamic. That's why I don't think that's good for ladies to also work. Because it's like now you're both stressed. Hello, kitten. Aw. By the way, that's the super secret signal for Alex Cosman to get the hell out of here, by the way.
Oh, he's got to go?
Yeah, when he starts getting kittens shoved in his face.
That's true.
All right. I don't know. We got in the topic. I'm sorry.
In my face, so I totally get
it. In summary, the world is it's Libya's a world of contrast. In Libya, corn is called maize. What else we got? What I'm saying right now is that like the dynamics of people were very different in different times. And the ladies seem like absolutely pristine and clean in Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Well, I mean, it's worth remembering that these are refined people, and like refined doesn't just happen by magic. It's a building up process. Like these are they're fictional characters, but emblematic of a real people at a real time and place. These people have a lot of work put into the way they conduct themselves, and their social norms are very sophisticated. Part of why they probably seem strange to us.
And their diaries are extremely whiny. As a result, apparently come off as whiny as a result, because they're just mentioning every single feeling they have. I think I'm gonna throw some shade. I think Luna just doesn't like to hear about men's feelings, and it comes off as whiny to her.
Yes.
I totally like the Van Helsing segments.
The most factual and least sentimental ones.
I mean, it seemed more realistic to what an actual man would think, and I really
have no idea what's going on. Oh my god!
What men actually think is all over the map. They just know nobody cares.
Yeah, dude, we don't. This is the. I have tremendous anxieties when I was like at the peak of my accomplishments. I actually broke up with my girlfriend, who was eventually to be my wife, because I was like, I knew she's not going to want any of this. I was like, we got to have a break because I'm going to be a complete psychological mess. I was so psychologically broken. I ended up yelling at and trying to get into a fist fight with another engineering student because I was just like that unmanageable in terms of my psychology, right? Like men struggle in a lot of ways that you may not be aware of. And it's very deep.
That men struggle in a lot of ways. I just think it's really weird that they have these superfluous passages for pages and pages.
I want you to read through Jonathan Harker's entries as if you are Mina and ask yourself if you could be a Mina to this Jonathan Harker.
I do not like Jonathan Harker. I could be Mina to a bunch of other men, but not Jonathan.
A bunch of other men. That's what I'm saying though, is he's the insert. He's the one who men glom onto. This is why Cosmo is saying that he's the alpha Giga Chad, like dude bro coded alpha Giga Chad. He's a real estate agent. He's a real estate attorney who is absolutely just rising up to the occasion. He gets up, he gets knocked down again. He's doing the best he can, and then finally, when it's his girl, he's going for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god!
You got to be less. You got to turn off the judgment and turn on the empathy for Jonathan, because dudes will see the empathy.
Oh my god!
I'm just saying.
That smell weird.
You just keep saying he's Giga Chad, and I'm like, he's a giant walking red flag.
You keep saying he's whiny because he talks about his feelings and he takes a Victorian amount of time to do it.
It's not just that he talks about his feelings, it's also how he behaves.
Is it anything that we haven't gone through already?
I'm gonna, like, you're getting me to the point of I'm gonna reread this thing and
just
and I really don't want to do that. I really don't.
Pretend that you are Mina as you go through Jonathan's sections, because it is a journal entry, isn't it? Like, she read all this. And how did she respond when she read all that?
Oh
this is so great. I love it.
I hate you right now. I really hate you right now.
This is the funny thing is, like, I like to see if ladies are really able to. It's not just about like the man playing his part. It's also ladies playing theirs. And I have another video that I wanted to make a few weeks ago. Family crisis notwithstanding, is that I wanted to say that people are foreigners in their ancestors' past.
Yes,
is that we actually fall very far short of what our ancestors were able to do, and like to go into traditionalism is actually folly, because we just can't make that work. So we have to use modernity to try and shore up our own personal issues. One of the things that Mina has is that she is very empathetic, and I like that.
I'm glad you like that.
I'd marry Mina because she would let me be a Jonathan Harker.
Oh, this is just delightfully funny.
Sometimes every man is a Jonathan Harker.
No.
Yeah.
Please, God, no. Okay, fine. I'm going to be single. I'm going to enter a convent. My genes will not pass on.
You don't want to live in a world of Jonathans?
No.
I would say that I'm Jonathan Harker most of the time.
No.
Numbers is Quincy Morris.
Yes.
Well, there's one out there then.
Shooting bullets and no inner monologue. I don't. Other than a man who has a wife and has like kind of the subject dump, like the lore dump of this book. Everyone who acts like a human all the time.
I don't know what you have against Van Helsing.
I don't have anything against Van Helsing. I just think he's kind of a lore dump. And
well, all the characters are like that. That's what I was saying earlier.
I don't think he is. I don't think everybody else is. Is Arthur a lore dump?
Yeah. Although he's not a lore dump, that they have singular purposes within the narrative, and that's about it. They kind of make commentary on the side, maybe sometimes. I mean, that's what Morris kind of did. He showed up a couple times, and then shot off Dracula in the form of a bat at the window because he was upset with it, and then he dies at the end.
Maybe you just don't want complicated men.
I don't know. I like Van Helsing. He's my favorite.
Okay.
I feel like you keep going gung ho for Jonathan. I'm like, no, Van Helsing. He is the proper man, like the man who sticks by his wife even though he's crazy. Who is
the already married man.
He has a great ton of virtues. he is good to all of the men that he meets, and he's kind and courteous. And even though he's got a little bit of a speech thing because, clearly English is not his first language and he messes up a lot of the idioms, he's still a really good, genuine, happy dude most of the time. And he does his duty, and he does
I love the checklist here, like dutiful, kind, compassionate, intelligent. Cons is Dutch.
I didn't say that being Dutch is a con. I didn't say anything about his appearance. What is this mental list that you're developing in your head? No.
Your pros and cons for Dr. Abraham von Helsing.
Oh my god.
What about the bushy eyebrows?
Bushy eyebrows are fine.
All right, let's say he looks like Jeremy Clarkson.
That was kind of the vibe I got from the eyebrows thing.
Don't you know that like Jeremy Clarkson is considered one of the sexiest men in Britain?
That's a poll, not a revealed preference.
I'm not saying that I'm for Jeremy Clarkson, but I mean, as far as personalities go, he's got a great one.
Oh, all right. We are going to go after Dracula on the next season of Van Helsing.
Oh my god.
I'm trying. I've not done a Jeremy Clarkson before.
Foreign language and messing up his language, I don't even think is a negative.
We're not talking about that. We don't care about that.
Anyway. But Cosmo was talking about that anyway.
No, he was just making fun of the being Dutch as a negative. Is the only negative you came up with. I have this criticism of the Lord of the Rings as well, is that a lot of the characters don't have negative traits that make them human. And one of my contentions is that Boromir and Gollum are the only two real characters in that story. Maybe Faramir, maybe Denethor, but Denethor is kind of a cartoon character. Everyone else is like, I'm good, and I'm going to do the good thing, and I'm very brave, and I'm going to do the thing that the plot has allowed me to do. I have the light of Elendil and a dagger of some sort. I don't know. I've got a mithril vest. I don't know. It's like, okay, you're being very brave and everything, but like you have no, like a proper mythology or a proper story, a real story has a character who falls to their own negative aspects, right? Like what I'm saying is a real character has negative traits that play into the story.
Depends on the kind of story. I mean, in comedies and tragedies, yeah, in epics, it's kind of excusable for the genre to have, and in fact, it's like, like your action often requires, like, in order to be furthered, that your characters be a little bit flatter.
Well, like Odysseus was just all about the mission.
Mm-hmm.
But there's room to argue because Odysseus pulls everyone from the island of the Lotus Eaters, and everybody dies by the time Odysseus gets back. Like, even if the character is clean or like of singular purpose, they're not clean in terms of unassailable by moral judgment. I guess what I'm saying, like, there's no moral judgment you can have against Frodo or Samwise Gamgee. Odysseus, yes. King David, yes. Gilgamesh, yeah, after his hunt, yeah, like he didn't feel great about that hunt. I don't know that much about Gilgamesh, but like,
is of epic heroes, he is the biggest dickhead.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be, we should cover Gilgamesh. Actually, I think that the thing is,
keep finding new parts of it all the time. Keeps getting longer.
It's like a, oh, who's that rapper who died? Dave Chappelle was making fun of it. Tupac, yes, it's like Tupac. They just keep finding new versions, like new unmastered versions of
right.
Stuff. Yeah.
Except it was reconstructed from fragments, and since most of the major translations were done, they found a bunch of new passages, some of which like substantially changed the character of the middle of the work. And it's just like pieces of clay that they keep finding in Iraq. That like it's actually gotten significantly longer over the last 11 years.
That's too funny. Wow, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how many years?
The last 11, I think from like 2014 to now, there have been a series of major fragment discoveries of the Epic of Gilgamesh. Yeah.
Holy shit. All right, maybe we should visit that. Epic of Gilgamesh. That's the first epic, isn't it? Touted as.
It is old. I'll say that. Yeah, probably. I mean, like the only thing that would beat it is maybe something Egyptian, but it's old.
Wow. We should check that out. Like, this is what I'm saying though, is about stories, is that most of the characters are supposed to be flawed, and it's the flaws of both their circumstance, their upbringing, their culture, or just what they know and don't know at the time. Creates havoc for them in the story. That's why I'm a bit of a like Jonathan Harker apologist, is because it's like he's doing the best he can with what he has.
Mm-hmm. Although, like as far as characters go and looking for that sort of thing, like the cast of Dracula is like pretty faultless.
Yeah, a lot of them are cardboard boxes.
Well, not
That's
even
true.
that they're cardboard boxes. It's just that they don't have many negative characteristics inherent.
Well, the thing is, if they had too many, the problem is if everybody got their moment to have a negative characteristic, Dracula would win in like a second. It's real. Yeah, he didn't really leave himself a lot of space in that story to have faulty characters, but he needed a good ensemble to take on Dracula. Because if it was just like,
it's also
he has faulty characteristics.
I'm sorry, what?
Is that why you guys like Jonathan so much? Because he has faulty characteristics?
I don't think so for me. And I mean, I think just in general, like this is a very clear, like morally very, very like night and day story. And I think it's actually kind of fitting that the cast is like really, really like, now let's have the good guys, like the goodest guys.
Right. And the thing is, Jonathan Harker is very much a victim like Lucy is. Like he's first contact, and he is being assailed, and he's supposed to represent the sort of visceral husband.
Yeah.
Who is acting in that second half of the story, acting very rashly. And it's almost like he's in grief. It's almost like his wife is already dead. There's not a lot of like dread left in him. They say is like he's just liberated by his fate to be a man of action in that last bit. I think that's what it said. So I see him as more of like he's like a victim hero, and a victim has to be vulnerable, and a victim has to make mistakes. If you have a perfect victim, then they're not a victim anymore. And I think that's the reason why I relate to him, is that he was under the gun originally and then rose to the occasion in an imperfect manner and tried to fight. Like his imperfections to me do make him more relatable, but in the moments he was in, those imperfections make a lot of sense. Yeah. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
All right.
Luna remains unconvinced.
That's all right. It's all good. It's you should walk away with as many disagreements as you came in with. I think is a good conversation. Or she didn't cover enough ground. Everybody. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say my dog's barking. I probably need to go.
No worries. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end this stream here, guys. Appreciate y'all watching. Men are speaking. Much appreciated. Hope you enjoyed Bram Stoker's Dracula. We listened to the one on Audible with Tim Curry. The other ones are just as good. If you get the one that has the journal entries and is not sent through with a like coherent narrative that is outside the journal entries, that's a different version. The journal entries is kind of where it's at. I really like that. Please enjoy and allow yourself to be elucidated. And thank you.
Bye.
Bye.